Testing.
I made as well. But I was like, well, I'm here.
So when I go to CES, I normally don't go to the floor, but I went down to the floor because I had a lot of time.
That's a great way to
It was incredible. They had robotic stuff, and it was pretty amazing. Really cool.
Next time, I feel like I will do that.
Yeah, it's worth it. It's pure entertainment. All the companies have their new technology.
I saw that one. There's like this
Good morning.
sound system.
Good morning.
Everybody caffeinated?
Hello.
I could tell who is and who isn't. This front row definitely caffeinated. Yeah. Hi, I'm Cecily Armstrong. Welcome to Digital Hollywood. Let's give Digital Hollywood a round of applause. And we are opening this thing up. So I'm so thrilled you guys are here. I will ask you, because what I love to do on these panels is to get right to the panelists. So I will ask you to refer to your program that has everybody's, bio and who they are. We're going to introduce them as well, but I don't want to spend a bunch of time rehashing that when we can get to the meat and potatoes, so to speak. So again, thank you so much for being here. This is the power of influencers, accelerating brand value across platforms from internet, TV, mobile, and social networks. My company is Nitex Productions. I'm the CEO and executive producer, and I'm located in between San Antonio and Austin in the gorgeous Texas Hill Country on the wine trail, so we drink lots of wine and eat lots of olives and do that kind of stuff. And have been in the media and entertainment business for over 30 years, based in New York and LA, and then figured out I can get to New York and LA from Central Texas just fine. So please reach out anytime. My information is also in the program. And keep in mind, as we're going through this, we will wind up with a Q&A. So make sure that you scratch down some questions and keep those in mind along the way. I encourage you, too, to make sure that you say hello to Victor Harwood, the founder and visionary of Digital Hollywood. He's worked really hard, and any of you going to the dinner tonight, it's really going to knock your socks off. So let's get started and let's have some fun. So I'm going to start with Spencer.
Great. Hi,
Tell us who you are, and spend 30 seconds to a minute on your company.
Yeah, sure. Spencer McClung. I'm with advisory firm 3. We're a consulting business, management consulting. We work with early stage through late stage startups, entrepreneurs. We help them build their businesses and help them with their strategy and brand building in particular. And we also work with private equity and VC firms with their due diligence process and portfolio companies.
Thank you. Isaac?
Hi, everyone. My name is Isaac Rosales. I work at Univision Creator Network. We started as an MCN, I think, 5 years ago, when that was still a cool word. We're now more branded content, and I oversee all of our branded content for influencers and also find opportunities to plug in our influencers into linear opportunities like traditional TV or radio to see if we can boost kind of our ratings and reach a bigger audience or a younger audience.
And Jade, hello.
Hello, my name is Jade. I'm a partner at Abrams Artists Agency. I focus mostly in the digital department, which is representing content creators and influencers and bringing them into traditional businesses and building out consumer products and all of the above.
Greg.
Hi, I'm Greg Martin. I'm an actor and content creator where I write, shoot, edit videos for influencers and also for brands, and that's me.
Owen.
Hi, I'm Owen Leimbach. I'm a co-founder partner at Tiny Horse. We're a company that works with most of the different types of folks in ad-supported entertainment. We work with usually premium shows and IPs, premium brands, and premium distributors, and we help them navigate the audience that they used to have that they've lost over the years. How do they reaccumulate an audience? How do they reach new audience around good IP?
Awesome. Brian?
Hey, I'm Brian Sokolik, talent manager at Authentic Talent and Literary. We are a pretty traditional talent management company ranging from writers, directors, actors, and I work in the digital department. So anyone from the creator of Criminal Minds to Brie Larson and JB Smoove are part of our company. And then in digital, we represent creators that are digitally native and work with opportunities both online and crossing over to traditional as well.
Awesome. So I'm just going to go I'm going to start with you. I'm going to pick you on the end down there.
right.
Okay. So I'm really curious, and I think our audience hopefully is too, because the fragmented state of influencers right now, there's been a tremendous amount of change as to what is an influencer, and identifying that, qualifying that, and then micro, and all the different levels of influencers that there are. So I'm curious, from your personal, professional point of view, and your company's point of view, where do you think the state of the influencer industry is right now?
Yeah, wow.
You have 5 seconds.
No, it's a big question. So, I think what we've seen is that through social media, everyone in this room is becoming an influencer, and we are seeing fragmentation, micro influencers, nano influencers, and really the power of UGC and brands that are getting good at harnessing the passion of their users, the passion of their consumers, and finding ways to repurpose that content. And it is content in lots of ways. There's sifting through it and coming up with strategies of how to harness that, how to multiply it across different channels, across email and across site and across, obviously social. And so, what we're finding is that brands that are getting really good at understanding their consumers through their content are really resonating with their user base.
I just add on to that. I think that there's a really big difference between talent that have a lot of followers and then talent that have influence. And there are people that have really large platforms that are speaking on, entertainment and comedy and, scripted opportunities. And then there are people in specific niches like DIY or beauty, where the power that they have over their audience in terms of influencing what their purchases are is a very different kind of following than someone who has millions of followers but doesn't have a real expertise in a specific category and doesn't have a following that looks to them for what is that next item I should be buying or what that looks like. So that's another kind of, when you're looking at working with an influencer, understanding the difference between those two.
And what about brands, Isaac, if you could, that's great, Jay, because it really does bring up, what are your brands asking for? I mean, are they, because you're multi-platform, right? So are they looking more at the category specific, like Jade was talking about, let's say beauty or DIY? Is that more important to them? Is that the top line box to tick, in other words?
We refer to the type of influencers that our brands look for as unicorns. It's very, very hard to find what they're looking for. And it goes more with what Jade is saying. It's not so much they want the biggest one. It's one that it has the most engagement, that is most influential, but it also fits within kind of the culture code of the brand. We kind of do two things where we're looking if they fit within the culture of Hispanic America, like if, not necessarily just like on a stereotypical level, but on a very kind of deeper level, and also if they fit within the deeper level of the brand. So a lot of times we are looking for micro-influencers, mid-tier influencers, and celebrity influencers, but it all kind of really depends, goes back to what can they afford, and then also if they are telling that story, because sometimes influencers actually turn brands down and say, hey, I don't feel like that, like I can be saying I use Clorox every day, because I don't.
Right.
So it's very kind of in the unicorn land, and they're getting more savvy, which is kind of exciting. It's maturing as a business. I think we, in the past year, even here at this panel, they referred to it as the Wild Wild West. It is, but I think it's more mature now, and they're more savvy.
And Owen, you...
Yeah, I got lots of thoughts on this. I
we-
think generally
into the mic.
there's two big categories of brands, and some of them just want to, at really a brute level, want to move product. And I think you'll see a lot of them really open to transacting over platforms with micro-influencers. But I think especially, Isaac, in your space, a lot of the premium brands who have a lot of brand equity, they want Univision, right? They go to Isaac for a reason. They want really premium, and it's very hard to find digital talent who is robust enough to handle the kind of brand relationships that someone like a Univision or an NBC or a Fox is built over 20, 30, 40 years of understanding what the brands want. And they, if you have a lot at stake with your brand identity, then you're going to want someone who understands what you have at stake with your brand identity, and
Right.
you're going to want to be partners with them. Broadcast networks understand that, and they've been in that business for a long time.
Right.
Very few influencers, to your point, understand it, and so I think when you get big influencers under the tutelage of people who are used to working with brands, then that's a good combo.
And I do want to take that and talk to Greg and Jade about that, but I want to start with you, Brian, because really we're looking at talent management and that tried and true relationship that we talked about before, which is different than using a platform that's an algorithm to find you a spokesperson, right? So if you could talk a little bit about that, because I think, Owen, that's where you're leading with, these large companies like Univision and major platforms that do have a lot of different platforms under their umbrella. You look at a company like Discovery Communications that I've lost count of how many brands and platforms that they have, but they expect that A-list. So,
I understand the question.
well, we talked about this previously about talent and managing talent that can be sort of that A-list and tick those boxes like Owen was talking about versus finding somebody on an algorithm.
Oh, yeah. I think that our standpoint from this is that it's still a human business and that there's only so much that you can get from data and statistics. And so, there's a lot of platforms out there that we see popping up every day where they put in, we need this type of person with this type of following and this and this and this, and it breaks down into, maybe a specific type and a specific type of numbers and a specific following, but you don't know that that person's actually got the right voice and the ability to speak to your brand the way that they need to. And so I think that that's where us as talent managers come in as sort of a, an A&R and evaluating what, different types of talent can do and be that spokesperson to the brand and say, this is why you should work with this person. Maybe on the surface it doesn't look right, but if you look at the audience in this way and you look at who their fan base is and how they talk, this is the right person, and it takes that kind of human interaction to get there.
And Greg,
I was going to add, and also like if you're a brand, I think you have to look at like, are you going for conversions or like brand awareness? Because I think a lot of brands are like thinking, oh, someone has 1 million followers, like it's going to convert and I'm going to get 50,000 sales if they're like selling a product. It doesn't really usually work out that way, because a lot of people might be, not even have purchasing power. They might be in their teens or something. They might be overseas and you're selling a product in the U.S. It just depends on the level.
Yeah, I was going to say that's an age-old challenge for marketers. I mean, it's not new. You have folks who are willing to do direct mail, but Coca-Cola is never really going to do direct mail, right? They're going to buy, polar bear spots on the Super Bowl.
Right.
And so there's a range of brands and their needs, people who are standing up kind of brandless products or services, and they're willing to do one type of service with influencers, and then another brand that has 2 decades, 5 decades, and billions of dollars invested in their perception to customers and selling like high fructose corn syrup water. There's a lot of it takes a lot of money to make people want to feel good about drinking that.
Right.
But those guys have a completely different, set of needs, and it's just the same way that there's been different distributions. There's been direct mail for the guys who have a certain need, and there's been national broadcast for folks who have a different set of needs. And it's really just, we always look at influencers as like just an evolution in distribution, really. If you think of it that way, they're all publishers. You used to have a few radio networks, then you had a few more broadcast networks, then you had cable networks, then you had the internet, and then you had social media. And so you just have more options. It gets more complicated as a brand to piece together your distributions. But
so it's sounding to me, and I love that of thinking of influencers as publishers. That's, I haven't heard that before.
It's like Condé Nast. I mean, you go to Condé Nast.
I know
and
it well.
This, you go to Brian, and he's got a suite of publishers, that are talent.
I think it's interesting to look at that way, because then it becomes, as a talent manager, what are you coming to me for to buy? Are you coming to buy distribution, or are you coming to buy the talent?
Yeah, well,
and it's
distribution
sort of two separate
in a quality
things.
Context.
Right.
Right. You go to. Why would you go to Fox to buy ads over NBC? There's different flavors. They're both high quality distributions. One has maybe more of a polish to it, and the other one has more of a rawness to it. And your brand is in the rawness. It's Axe body spray.
Right.
NBC is GMC or something.
Right. So it's coming down to the buy. I mean, Jade, do you find that with the influencers that you represent, that they have to align with the criteria for that buy by the brand?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think Brian, you might have mentioned it, that our clients turn down a lot of opportunities that don't align with their brand because the number one thing to them is their authenticity and loyalty to their audience. And they're very smart, and they know that as soon as they lose that loyalty and that trust, they have no more business. So that one-off brand deal, that, you know, let's call it Axe deodorant for someone who is anti-perspirant. That was not intentional.
That would say like to sweat.
It doesn't make sense. So as soon as you, in some way, sell out, your audience isn't going to look to you anymore for your advice, which is what their whole business is built upon. So it really is making sure that it aligns not only from the brand's perspective, but from the talent's perspective as well. And that's why we represent, I'd say, 100 plus top tier influencers. And, at this point, we're talking to a lot of our clients and saying, instead of waiting for the brands to come to us, which brands do you want to work with?
That's right.
Because that's where the partnership comes from, that's where the collaboration comes from. That's when you can say to the brand, this is what I want to do. These are the things that I'm excited about. Do you want to be a partner in that with me so that we can both build our brands together?
Oh, and this is why I like your product, too, and this is why I see
Yeah.
attributes in your product that are similar to the attributes that I value, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that makes brands swoon. That's the Cupid arrow for
Yeah.
brands.
Yeah, and I mean, that comes with obviously having that leverage. You can say that when you have millions of followers, you can say, hey, this is what I want to do. But, when you're starting out, you take what you can get, and you build from there, but you stay true to what your audience is, and you stay true to what your brand is.
So we're really talking about, after this buy, we're talking about the deliverables and how to measure it and all the above. I mean, Spencer, Isaac, you want to weigh in on that? I mean, I'm curious, Isaac, with the multi-platforms that you have at Univision, do you have different case metrics for whatever? You might have one influencer delivering message that might be a parsed message and highly produced for each platform. It's the same influencer, so overarching same message, but delivered in a different way based on the audience segmentation and the platform and all that stuff that makes your head hurt. And so when it all comes out on the end, how do you measure?
Sure. So I think some of my favorite campaigns are the 360 campaigns where we tie them to a big temple. And we're activating basically the whole sales team, basically the whole solutions team in Miami, New York, LA, all the different people that are kind of approaching and touching that client. So for example, T-Mobile will be our main sponsor for a temple event, maybe Latin Grammys. And we do obviously spots, we do a lot of social, we do a lot of digital. Our influencer, we work with really savvy digital agencies that produce content specifically for the platform. So we don't approach it where, hey, use the same type of content and distribute it across all platforms. It doesn't really work.
Right.
And influencers will push back on it. If we
Right.
tell them, hey, that Twitter video that you did, can you post it on Instagram? They'll say no.
But people
Doesn't
still
work.
think that, I'm just like shocked that there's pushback to that.
Well, sometimes, yeah, it's when we get
It does cost more, but
yeah.
in the end, does it cost more?
In the end, it doesn't do well. It doesn't perform well.
Right, exactly.
And it feels off, right? So I think we work with agencies that will create even just custom content, even
Right.
if it's a GIF, even if it's a story, even if it's Instagram, and we
Right.
see those the ones that are performing the best. A lot of times, one of the ways that we also find ways to add value to brands is pairing them up with a celebrity. So for instance, J Balvin is releasing his music and we pair him up with an influencer and they're just happy to be there. They're extremely happy to be there. They are fans of him. It's kind of catapulted them to a different level, even if they're not celebrities themselves. So they overpost, overshare. Obviously, they're still delivering what we've asked them to and we measure on a daily basis. The good thing is that we're also in a really good relationship with these talent,
Right.
obviously with their managers and agents involved, but we have direct access to them. If it's not doing well, we can ask for more. Or if it's, maybe they forgot a hashtag. Like we're really measuring everything, and we use a software called Creator IQ to measure in
right.
real time. And obviously also do a recap report and say, hey, this is how you performed or how you overperformed on digital, and then TV does the same thing.
Spencer, you want to weigh in on that?
Yeah, I think, measurement's a tricky thing, and we're all trying to figure it out. It really starts with, I think, setting your objectives, really what are you trying to accomplish with working with any particular influencer. And then it's it's sort of there's quantitative and qualitative goals when you break it down. And on the quantitative side, there's great tools out there, Tubular Labs, Creator IQ, Social Bakers. There's a lot of them that can kind of help you, once you've established your objectives, kind of hone in on those quantitative metrics. And then on the qualitative side, to me, that's where the real magic happens, because if you can, and Jade was referring to this earlier, if you really have that genuine connection between that creator and that brand, that's when the real impact happens and the real engagement happens. And that's also a tricky thing, is really getting to know those influencers and thinking of them beyond that kind of paper transactional kind of relationship to a much more strategic, deeper relationship, and finding those friends of the brand, and then really investing in them, thinking about what are the things about this creator that they really care about that I can then align myself with and really harness that relationship. And the qualitative side of it is as tricky as the quantitative measurement side.
Yeah, and on the way other spectrum, on the quantitative side, one of the ways we like to approach this with people, with brands, because every day brands are planning and buying based on media metrics, and based on their media mix models. And the way that looks to them is, I'm going to buy this much YouTube in Q2, and I'm going to pay a 6-cent CPV. I'm going to pay 6 cents cost per view.
I just want to say, is the audience familiar with the concept of how this media is purchased? Show of hands. Yeah.
It's awesome.
Dive deep a little bit.
It's awesome. Well,
Think of Wall Street on a terminal in a media buyer's office.
the reason we should all be interested in this is because this is how, when you're looking at brands, a significant majority of their marketing budget is spent on media math.
That's right.
It's a minority is spent on creative. Minority goes to Chiat Day. Minority, goes to Droga5 to make your really super awesome ads, and then the majority of that money goes into distributing those ads, and that distribution is paid for in a cost per kind of environment. There's cost per on TV, there's cost per on Instagram, there's different on YouTube, cost per view, cost per impression, cost per click, all these sorts of things. So we like to, and we found that brands are really reticent to move significant dollars into influencer space because it feels like juju land, right? Like funny money over there, and they can't really get the clarity of the buy that they can in television. Because I know in GRPs, I'm paying exactly for the people I'm reaching.
It feels safe. It feels usual.
And so
path of least resistance.
It will always be experimental money on the influencer side until we started maybe 4 or 5 years ago taking this trove of data that comes from all these different tools that are out there, and there are a lot of really good ones. You can look at, okay, how does this person's video generally perform? Okay, this many views. How many are in the US? Okay, how many are in DMAs where you want to actually buy it? And what's their cost to do a video? From that, you can reverse engineer actual media plans that look and feel like real quantifiable media to brands, and you can actually then begin to scale up big, verifiable, deliverable programs, and you can then under-deliver, and you can have to do make goods, and it starts to feel like television buying. And that's an approach we've taken for the last couple of years. And it helps people. It's not sneaky, it's transparency. It's basically like, look, this is the new television, and it can be quantified in the same way, and actually better. We can do it, not quite on a GRP.
And no, it's just interesting because, as a talent agency and as someone who represents talent, I don't look at my clients as just a distribution platform. I look at them as a talent. So we have a lot of brands that come to us and say, well, this is what we want to pay. We want to pay a 6-cent CPV. And I'm like, my talent is not your distribution platform. They are a person and a human, and they have a connection with their audience, and they have a lot more to offer than just your 6-cent CPV. And it's just interesting because it's the hybrid agencies that come from media and then have a really good understanding of what that media looks like, but also have an understanding of what talent and what a talent can bring to a campaign. That's the happy medium, and figuring out how to find that balance.
And I'm sure there's times, I've seen them up close, where let's say a brand, an agency does take a risk on an influencer, and they're working with an incredible manager like we have on this panel, and they say, okay, sold, we're going to do it. But they've told themselves, probably not going to work, and that's discretionary money. If we lose it, we're okay. And then they knock it out of the park. So then it's a bunch of quick fast, hurry up, scramble, and how can we leverage this talent? So I'm curious, as a manager, how do you handle that? Are you teed up and ready when that fortunate thing happens?
When the unfortunate, the campaign didn't perform?
No, the fortunate,
When it
it's
does
good, it's good,
But no one knows why.
but nobody knows why, that's what I'm saying.
Because
Yeah.
the media math didn't even work.
Yeah.
You know, I was just going to say, it's interesting because, and I don't represent Jaclyn Hill, but a long, long time ago when Becca, a cosmetics brand, took a chance on working with the first big beauty influencer, their highlighter destroyed. It was just off the shelves, couldn't keep it on, made so much money and brought Becca literally into the world of makeup.
Right.
And I don't think they would have, I mean, this was like five, 6 years ago.
6 years ago, yeah.
I don't think anyone would have seen that coming, and Becca would not be where they were. I think they sold for almost $1 billion to Estee Lauder. I don't think anyone could have predicted that. So when that happens, and I'm sure she got a nice chunk of change, but I'm sure she could have gotten a lot more had they predicted what would have happened. And so those are like the risks, rewards of all of those kinds of opportunities, but I'm sure you can speak to it more.
Yeah, no, I think it's just sort of more in general what we've been talking about, how they're two completely separate businesses.
They totally
And
are.
so I think that we're still trying to figure out how the two communicate, because like you're talking about a media buy, and if you come to me with that, my response is going to be, like we keep saying, well, this is a human,
Yeah.
and what are you trying to buy? And I can't guarantee you what's going to happen because who knows? But this is what we think will happen.
Yeah, historically, if you look back, and we had the same thing. Well, most of us come from MTV at Tiny Horse, and so we were really used to work, and we're producers, so we're really used to
Right.
working with talent on a daily basis. And getting into this world, we were there when YouTube happened and when Facebook happened, and we watched the kind of the bottom drain out of the network, and the talent drain as well. And when we got into the broadcast world and we started realizing this is actually how people do. TV networks actually are here to serve the purpose to translate between these two people, because Pepsi looks at it as buying Simon Cowell when they invest in the X Factor. But guess what? They're buying on a CPV, but the network makes all that disappear. They have talent people in there that deal with the talent, and then they have salespeople that deal with the media math.
Right.
And in some back room somewhere, they do the math and they say, hey, we just made an 80% margin. This is a sweet business. Let's call it television, right?
Right.
And so there is a middle business that stands in between, at really high levels. And I sometimes think that media math was invented to keep brands from transacting directly with talent.
Keep
right?
on. I remember the days at Condé Nast where editorial and publishing didn't ride on the same elevator, so, yeah, boy, times have changed.
Yeah.
So, Greg, based on this last bit of conversation here, so you're sort of straddling the talent and producer and distributor role. So, what are your thoughts on all
luck with
this?
that.
Yeah, right.
Which hat are you wearing today?
Yeah, right. I was actually going to say that if you're working with an influencer, make sure in your brand, make sure the deliverables are clear, because a lot of the influencers get like really upset if you're like, oh, you need to revise this or change this. I guess it depends on what level of influencer it is, but I remember that this one brand we were working with like kept doing revision after revision after revision, and influencers just like, this is it, this is the final, I'm not doing any more with you. And that was because in the contract beforehand, it wasn't like clearly defined like exactly like what was needed. Because a lot of influencers, I mean, if you're not like a huge brand and you're going after like the really big people, a lot of the smaller influencers, like, if it's like $1,000 deal or $500, like they get really excited about the money and they don't care about the contracts, and then the brand's just like, well, we don't need to do a contract, we'll just PayPal them and just like, push it underneath.
That's what Venmo's
Yeah,
for.
Venmo or, Cash App or whatever. And then you get into trouble where, either they're not delivering and they have the money, or you didn't pay them or whatever. So I would just lay everything out like beforehand, for sure.
So let's talk about brand safety. That sort of is a segue into that. Who wants to jump in? Because, for me, I think about what Greg's saying, and, I go back to, well, it's a talent contract, it's negotiated, there's, all kinds of nice things in there that really are a roadmap as to guide not only the talent, but to manage the expectations that then, as we know now, at the end will reveal itself in the metrics. So these are not mutually exclusive things. You know, this is, each side of this equation all touches each other. So let's take a quick poll here of the audience. I'm going to interrupt myself. Influencers, want to be influencers? Trying to be influencers? Okay. Producers? Aha. Writers? Business affairs? All right, nice smattering. What did I miss? Marketing. Oh, my God.
Hello, the money.
Who's
paying for all this?
It's too close to me. Sorry. The most important part, marketing. So having said all that, let's talk about brand safety, because there are a lot of touch points, and I feel like the seamless end result to the consumer-facing side is, they don't want to see, we don't need to show that, right? It's the duck on the water where it's nice and smooth, and underneath is all the paddling that's happening. So folks that paddle, how do you manage, and what are the heightened awareness now for brand safety?
Oh, I was just going to say, we work really closely with YouTube. And YouTube had, a couple of years ago, their adpocalypse, where brands were being shown against ISIS videos and really terrible videos. And a lot of marketers and brands pulled out. That got resolved. They cleaned it up. They put different content categories into, I think, 3 different brand safe categories, which is like very safe, safe, not safe, don't do it. And then, so that got resolved, and there was a new round of adpocalypse, I'd say 4 months ago, where people were leaving really profane comments on kids' content and any content that showed kids. And again, everyone freaked out, and YouTube completely disabled comments on a lot of channels that either featured young kids, or I think they went really above and beyond, kind of really to nip that in the bud. So in terms of like brand safety, YouTube does a really good job, I think, of policing it. And then for us, our revenue model is based off of our clients making money from brands and from selling content to different OTT platforms. So for us, our clients, that's why a lot of the brands and producers and networks and studios, that's why they come to us, because we have our business model is based off selling our clients, and the only way to sell them is for them to be brand friendly and brand safe. So it's a lot of trust with the representatives, and knowing, okay, if they're with you, that means something. That means that brands are working with them. That means that they produce content on time. It means they produce content that is quality production. So I think that in terms of brand safe, it's the relationship they have, brands with the representatives.
And is somebody, this is sort of, I don't know, out there a little bit, I'm looking down the road, but we're talking about branded content, Univision, everybody up here works in that space, but is somebody in the writer's room from the brand? Like, is there that, is that like fear in everybody's eyes? Is that coming around the corner here, where there is some brand involvement? It is that balance between authenticity and, but let's face it, you have to declare on social media platforms if it's paid or not, so.
I'm sure, Isaac, this is your daily business, is actually standing between the brand and the writer's room.
I will say that it's probably every brand's nightmare to have spent billions of dollars, built a perception and an image, and then all of a sudden be, associated with an influencer that said something wrong, did something wrong, and it happens more than often. It's kind of like the norm now, where, even last week there was something with James Charles. 3 weeks ago there was something with, Laura, I forgot Laura Lee, Jake Paul. So it's becoming a big thing, and I think even AT&T pulled out of, spending any money on YouTube. So for us, because it's one of the most important things, and they kind of trust Univision as a brand that, we control what's on broadcast, it's our number one priority. For the past months, we've been focused probably 90% of my job has now been focused on that, and building out really rigorous checklist for anybody that we work with, and vetting process. So if someone is in the network that we work with, or someone brand says, hey, we want to work with that person, it kind of takes us a while to confirm that they're safe, because we don't want to just work with them.
And what is the process, so our audience is?
So for us, it's kind of like multiple steps. One, we look at the past year at all the platforms. Have they said anything that could be a flag? Have they posted anything? And these are just like really obvious things, but then we have like a checklist of 10 to 12 things of, it's violence, is it sexual innuendo, is it provocative? It's really, some of this stuff is really hard to qualify because it's very subjective, right? Like
Well,
on
and it's like
Instagram.
you're having to vet someone that doesn't have the history of an A-list,
Exactly.
Hollywood star that has a box office receipts to look at, a body of work to look at, it's almost harder, right?
It's a little bit harder because it takes time. We do use, there is like a few tools that we use to see if, their followers are fraudulent, if they have, half of their audience in India, probably a big flag, right? But also we look at their content. And some of this stuff is a little bit subjective because if someone is posting a picture of them in a bikini, is that like provocative? What is the intent there? Can we propose that person to the brand? And, sometimes we have to be kind of very on the safer side, but we do kind of like flag everybody. We want to catch everything before the brand does it. Because if we propose someone and the brand catches it for us, it's, it's a lot of revenue that's out of the door. We don't want to be in that situation. The second thing is we also have really close relationships with the managers and talent. So if we do see something and we're going to flag it, we text them and we say, hey, that picture that you put up there, I know it's 420, but it's not legal in all the states. We work with Walmart, they're very conservative, so you kind of have to make a decision, like if that's where you're going to go creatively as an actor, as a person, that's fine, but you might not be being pitched by us. So we're building it, we're having continuous meetings, kind of training the people that are selling for the brands, and also in the next couple of weeks, we're rolling out a lot of guidelines for our influencers because we don't want to just say, hey, you're flagged. We want to kind of give them a lot of tools so that they know ahead of time.
Right.
And it is those tough conversations. I had a conversation with the manager yesterday, which was about 420. He was like, well, he's very open to it. And I was like, I get it. But it's like, it's a decision between, again, kind of the creative or you want to get brand money. And it ultimately comes to you guys, right? Like, they're human, and what decision do they want to do? But we can't put ourselves proposing to brands because then we get flagged.
Sure.
Sorry, it's a lot of stuff, but it's very complicated. Brand safety is the number one, I think, priority for everybody this year.
Would everyone agree on the panel in your
Yeah.
various areas? Like, I haven't heard that over the last few conferences, not only Digital Hollywood, but, other conferences or, newsletters and industry and that sort of thing. But now it seems to be like a red alarm going off,
and I think
that
each
for a
of us-
long time it wasn't.
Each of us plays a different role in what we take part of in brand safety, and that, like, as a talent manager, especially in this space, most of my clients, or all of them, are between the ages of 18 and 24. So
Right.
they're young, and there's a lot of education that needs to happen on how these things work. I need to talk to the brand reps and the agents and everybody to learn, and YouTube to learn what is considered safe now, and then go back to the client and have a conversation of like, I'm not your dad, you can do whatever you want, but like, if you want to work with brands, maybe take that post down. Like,
Right.
it doesn't offend me, but I'm hearing from other people that this isn't good.
Yeah.
And the brands are doing their research too. They're going to find something.
Well,
They're gonna find-
that's sort of where I was going. The fine marketing departments and the marketers that are key to making all of this happen, the backbone, just kidding. So in any case, internalized these brands. I think the last thing you want to happen as a platform or as the talent or as management is for the brand to come to you and say, our marketing department
Well,
surfaced this. Yeah.
And there's, I can't even begin to express the amount of pressure, increased pressure on marketers that there is as, the days are gone of doing like a single brand safe buy and being able to kind of set it and forget it. You're now responsible for coverage on 20 platforms, 5 of which will be out of business in a couple of weeks. And then their reps are coming through and their media sales folks are coming through pitching you all their wows and zings and all this kind of stuff and all their brand safety filters. And it's like, it's bewildering, and it's a game of gotcha. I mean, you're
Right.
almost destined to get caught, and you have to place money, you have to reach audience, you have to figure out where not to overlap your audience. There's a Byzantine number of platforms and ways to buy. And
I'm exhausted.
I'm tired.
I would say that there's a difference obviously between Walmart and then like Fashion Nova. And Fashion Nova has Cardi B as their spokesperson. So there's a place for everyone, and that's what the most important thing, I think, as representatives when we talk to our talent. You can choose whichever direction you want to be. You just need to stay true to yourself because you can't play both sides. You
Stay
can't
in your lane.
Yeah, you can't be fake. And then when you want to get brand money, change your image. You got to do what you want to do, because that's what makes the power of influencers so powerful, is that they are themselves and they're not playing a character, they're not playing a role. They might be playing an exaggerated role. But, so for example, like if with Cardi B, Cardi did not change at all. She's not going to work with Walmart. She's probably not going to work with, SC Johnson. But she'll work with Fashion Nova. She'll get her coin, and it's great. And that's what makes that relationship so powerful.
Right.
Yeah, I think back to what Jade said at the top of the show.
And then we're going to take questions, so
Awesome.
everybody get ready. Go ahead.
So I feel like we've reached a pinnacle of confusion with multiple places where you have to buy and be responsible for coverage. I think that a lot, and from a talent side too, what we've seen is, look, a lot of talent doesn't want to be trading in and out of deals either and sponsorships.
Right.
Long-term relationships with people who fit your brand is actually the way to go. Look,
Yeah.
if you guys want like a one-on-one takeaway, do that.
Yeah.
Right? Go
Right.
find talent, interview like 20 folks, that are talent managers.
You mean the old-fashioned way?
Put the due diligence in to find great
Wow.
talent. Do the Jordan way. I mean, it's
Yeah.
basically like how many shoes has Jordan sold for Nike? More than their measured media.
Right.
Right.
And you can also hedge bets on someone you might think is about to blow up and, build a relationship with them because it might be a lot cheaper.
Yeah. Okay. We've got about 10 minutes of questions, so I want to get in as many as possible. Mr. Fancy Blue Jacket, very handsome.
Oh, thank you. My question is, whoever wants to answer it on the panel, but I did look up Tiny Horse online, so I looked at your website, your company. I'm curious as to the gamut by which the types of content that you're producing. Because obviously it can really run the gamut from low production budget material for certain brands to higher budgeted shows. What is your focus as a company, as a brand, within that market? Because I think it's getting very confusing, with all the opportunities, but also the distinctions. Where do you go to the companies that are matching the right production companies with the right content?
Yep, and we don't take such a bias on the type of content so much as it is the type of IP at the center of it. So we'll work with what we would consider premium IP. So anything that's a broadcast show or talent that's a repped and managed talent that wants to do something. And once we have a group that's working with, say, Fremantle on American Idol, we will produce all kinds of stuff that looks raw and that looks broadcast quality. But it's really less about, and this goes back to our roots at MTV, we produce gross stuff that's timely, right? Because that, shaky cam video is just as good as Terrence Malick stuff if in the right context. But so what we focus more on the core IP, and then we produce whatever needs to be produced around it, whether it's feature, broadcast, or Insta stories.
So it does run the gamut.
It runs from content type, yeah.
Go ahead.
I was just curious, do you guys rank the social media platforms in terms of effectiveness? Do you guys favor one like Facebook over Instagram, or what is your guys' take on it? And is Twitter still relevant for you guys?
Jump in.
We don't do as much YouTube branded content anymore. I think primarily it's Instagram, Insta Stories, heavily Insta Stories, and Twitter and Facebook, but less and less YouTube.
I think from the talent side, it's completely dependent on the person. I mean, I have people that I work with that they convert on YouTube and not Instagram, and I have others that convert on Instagram and not YouTube. So it just sort of depends on what the relationship they have with their audience is.
Spencer?
Yeah, and what the overall objectives are is really important. I think it's hard to really say one's better than another. It really depends on what you're trying to accomplish. I mean, Instagram is an amazing place these days, clearly, for branded content and for working with influencers. But then YouTube, you can tell a story on it, and you can really kind of engage your brand into that story if you have the right influencer. It really depends on your objectives.
Go ahead.
I'm interested in terms of UGC content, brand-driven, influencer-driven, influencer-driven, whether you're seeing that more as sort of upstart brands, direct-to-consumer, like sort of MeUndies or Dollar Shave Club, because because if you look at, say, Mary Meeker report this year, for the first time, branding was the top of their concerns as opposed to conversion. So I'm wondering, you know, what's happening in terms of, is it mainly these upstart brands that are looking for a conversion that's happening in the UGC space, or is there some branding going on as well?
That's interesting, because I would say with, we see so many D2C brand deals on InstaStory. There's so many, like you said, MeUndies, but also like the Vanity Planets and the Quip, and I'm trying to think like fashion, you know, a Function of Beauty. They are spending a lot of money on InstaStory because it has the swipe up, and you can go directly to the website. So in terms of like, that's probably their most cost-effective way of acquiring new users. But then with the brand awareness campaigns, like the Coca-Colas, like, you know, Visa, those are, I still think they're spending a lot of money, but they're spending it in more unique ways and not necessarily, you know, one story frame, call to action, swipe up, purchase. That's, you know, it's less about the conversion and more about the narrative and the story that you're trying to tell with the brand. So I would say that maybe the different platforms lend itself better to D2C businesses and startups. But traditional brands are still spending a lot of money. Amazon, Google, they're all still spending a lot of money to market their products.
It's a great question. I missed Mary Meeker's most recent one, so I'm going to have to go back and find that. But even a lot of those big brands we're seeing go D2C as well, with, you know, Unilever purchasing the Dollar Shave Club and those kinds of D2C brands. I'd put it again back into the same frame as it's really about the story. And one of the things that I feel like is broken down that used to be really true is a lot of planning used to happen around channels. I think it's back to your question even, like, is Facebook better than YouTube is better? Is like retail better direct to consumer or better like in a shopping? And I feel like those kind of verticalized categories are starting to be less true or less predictable, and more, there's a horizontal story that may cross all those verticals, something that may cross broadcast, feature, Insta story, retail, direct to consumer. And people with ubiquitous distribution, they tend to follow characters and stories. And so that's our thesis is like, what, tip the way you're looking at it on the side and kind of look at the story and how it traverses all those different touch points rather than the channels themselves.
I have time for one more quick question. No? Okay, so let's wrap it up with, I want to hear, Spencer, you've got the best seat down there, so I'll start with you, but I want to hear, what's next? Like, your crystal ball, what do you think is going to be the next time he's going to be on this end?
Can I switch seats over there?
Yeah. And the influencers, and or any news. You know, breaking news, any announcements you want to make?
I'll start with, so in the influencer space, I think what's really fascinating is to watch how brands are aligning themselves with influencers and creating their own businesses and their own brands alongside those influencers. And it's something that I think folks at the agency world have seen for a while. In the beauty space, brands are starting to launch new products, and the most innovative, exciting things that are happening in beauty right now are really driven by the influencers. And the smart brands are going beyond the sort of paper, post kind of transactional relationship to a strategic relationship where they're working closely with these influencers. They're helping them with their passion projects, the brands they want to launch. And it's really driven by consumers at the end of the day, because they're that connection with the influencer is coming up with new innovation, new ideas, and new exciting things.
Awesome.
And then, what was the other question?
Breaking news.
I'm
Real
moving,
quick.
I'm moving to Nashville. So if anybody lives in Nashville or has connections in Nashville,
Send him restaurant ideas.
Restaurant recommendations.
Okay, guys.
Thank you.
Less than
All right,
30
I'll stop.
seconds each, please. Okay, but you were great. So, Isaac.
I think just brand safety. That's going to be the number one concern and priority and pressure. So I think I'm just looking forward to see how people tackle it, whether it's AI or things that make it a lot easier, whether it's just a lot of human time. Because it
Right.
takes a lot of human time and a lot of subjectivity. So
Right.
that's one thing.
You need a spa day.
Yeah.
Jade?
Just for us, you know, we focus really heavily on consumer products and leveraging our clients' platforms to sell their own products. If brands are spending that much money for them to hawk the product, then there must be some power there. So taking the ownership into the client's hands and really allowing them to build their own businesses and build their own brands.
Awesome. Greg?
I have no idea where the influencer space is going.
Where are you going?
Where am I going? I don't know that either. But I was going to say there's obviously a lot more people creating content because it's much easier to create content these days, and everyone thinks they're an influencer, although most aren't. So there's a lot of opportunities of people that are going to break through because the life expectancy of influencers, it doesn't necessarily last a lifetime. So yeah, I think you're going to see a lot of new people pop up, and maybe if you're a brand, to try to link up with them before they, become huge.
Awesome. Owen?
I think that talent story creator people and brands, marketers are going to learn a lot more about each other's businesses over
I
the next
hope
couple
so.
of years.
Yeah.
I think they're used to dealing with each other through a lot of different intermediaries. And I think that they'll both thicken up their capabilities on understanding and dealing with each other, and there'll be a lot of business that gets done that way.
What a beautiful world that would be.
Not for media agencies.
I'd follow up on that with, I think what's exciting to me about what I feel everything's headed to is that all these divisions are starting to break down, and it's just becoming one business, and everybody can interact with each other and sort of figure out what's best. And that from the talent side, that influencers maybe aren't being looked at as an influencer or someone that just has distribution or that kid who got popular for no reason, but like
Bottle flipping, that's a reason.
Yeah, exactly. But like actual talent that's intelligent and built a business, and so you should work with them as you would traditional talent.
Awesome. That's such a positive way to wrap it up here. Let's give our incredible panelists a round of applause. Panelists, let's give our audience a round of applause. Great questions. Thank you all for attending. And please get in as many panels as you can, especially mine later today at 4 and Thursday at 2:15.
One more minute. For the masses. They're not a small enough group for my preferred joke, which is thank you to all my family for coming today. You're a little bit bigger than that. So I'm going to give my We Like Questions lecture. It goes like this. We like questions from the audience. We really do. And it doesn't matter how much I say this at the beginning of the 8 million panels I've moderated. It always happens, so we're going to end at 12:15. It always happens at 12:10. All of a sudden, there's 8 people with their hands up, like you just thought of your question, which is probably not true. So we're going to come to you a lot for the opportunity. I can't force you, but don't let me see a bunch of you wishing you'd ask questions at 12:15 and you hadn't. Hold on a second, I need one more piece of paper from my... I know somebody was once fired for carrying a bag like this into a meeting in London. Albeit that was 30 years ago. Still seems somewhat amazing to me.
You're fired.
I work for myself. As we were just discussing, Gregory and I. Okie doke. So I'm Mike Vorhaus. I'm the CEO of Vorhaus Advisors. It's nice to be here. Peter put us together, I think we all agree, a spectacular group of attendees and panelists. This is a particularly strong group of panelists. It's an interesting topic because we're not talking just about venture capital for startups. It's not just, Uber, Twitter, et cetera. We're also talking about private equity firms. We're also talking about strategics and other family offices, various other types of other law firms that have created funds formally and informally, agencies that have created funds formally and informally, and even more so, I think this is an interesting topic because we're talking about it from the point of view of financing content and technology, and my sense from the way it's been written is that we're talking about technology related to content. I think we all know that if you've got a brand new microscope that's going to work, 1,000 times better than what's in the market today, that you go out and get funding for that technology. But I think, the harder question in technology becomes, things like ad tech, marketing tech, analytics, things where there are a ton of companies bumping into each other. So it'll be interesting to see how we go. Just to get a little bit of a sense, how many of you, for one purpose or another, are either exploring or thinking about or actively involved in raising money? Okay, keep your hand up if it's for content. Okay, that answers exactly what I suspected, which is we'll be talking about the harder, I would argue, and we can talk about this, the harder area of raising money for content. Let's start by having the panel introduce themselves. If you care to mention the kind of things you're looking at in your funding and or advisory roles and or how to get in touch with you, feel free to mention that. I've given the panel a group of questions. I've gotten questions back from a number of the panelists, and like I said, we'll be coming back to you also. See, I told everybody to use their microphone, and then I didn't. Why don't you go ahead and introduce yourself first?
Hi, I'm Paul Hansen. I'm the CEO of Covert Media. We're a PE-backed film production, financing, and international sales company. Go ahead, Sky.
How are you doing?
Good to see you.
Good morning. I'm Sky Moore. I am a partner at Greenberg Glusker. I am the author of a book called The Biz, which discusses the film industry. I am a author a columnist in Forbes, and I have a YouTube channel, and my tagline is I marry movies with money. So I do the legal side. I always, my elevator pitch is I'm not an investment banker. I don't look for money. You bring the bull into the ring and I kill them. That's what I do.
Didn't you bring your book last year?
I usually
do. It was yellow, right?
I forgot. I hold it up and say The Biz, but I forgot it.
It's still available on Amazon, though.
It's still on Amazon, yes. Very popular book.
My name is Zach Katz, and I'm the CEO and partner in an investment group called Raised in Space. Raised in Space, in short, is an investment group that is singularly focused on technology companies who are bringing value to the music space. I've been in the music industry for 24 years, music attorney, manager, founded a record label, and for the past 7 years I've been at a company called BMG, which is a major music company. The last 3 years of that, I was the head of the US company. So transitioned from content largely to technology investment.
So 24 years ago, so you actually missed the wild years.
I got the tail end.
So I'm Christopher Holland. I'm an entertainment banker. I make my living financing entertainment companies as well as movies and TV series. I got my start at the studios and the talent agencies, so I like to say that I'm probably one of the only entertainment bankers in town who will read your script as well as look at your finance plan.
I'm Greg Bedrosian. Great to be here again. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Drakestar Partners. We are an investment banking firm focused on the media and technology sectors. We have 10 offices worldwide. What we do and what I do personally is help growth stage companies within media and tech, usually on mergers and acquisitions or capital raises. Additionally, we do have a relatively stealth but powerful family office co-investment partnership where we deploy capital alongside some of our large clients. And additionally, I sit on the board of a music, digital media, and content-focused investment firm that focuses on deals a little bit smaller than what Drakestar would do. Not permitted today to mention the name. It's going to be announced shortly. But so can cover the spectrum from earlier stage up to the bigger transactions.
My name is Megan Jones, and I have to lean forward a little bit because my microphone isn't quite so high. I'm an attorney at Withers Worldwide, and Withers is a global law firm. We have offices in Asia, Europe, and the US. About a third of our attorneys are located in each one. I am technically a tax lawyer. I'm also an ex-investment banker who grew up in Silicon Valley and worked with a lot of technology companies back in the day. What we're seeing, because we have a real global focus in a lot of our business, is we're just seeing a lot of interesting transactions involving content creators and coming up with creative ways to deal with that on a tax and business front.
Great.
Oh, wait, one other thing.
Please.
Since we're talking about boards, I'm on the board of the Mr. Holland's Opus Foundation, which is a music not-for-profit, which gives instruments to poor kids. So I kind of get to see a perspective on the music industry through that, since I'm the least music-oriented, even though I have musician clients on the board.
Fabulous. Megan, we're going to stay with you. By the way, I am an active participant in the No Woman, No Panel movement, which I find by speaking up about it, it's good. Audience is much better diversity. We still obviously have work to do here on the panel side, but I know Victor's working on it. Megan, let's start with you. One of your colleagues here asked, what's the future of film financing? Why don't we include in that TV, and ask you to kind of lay out for us what you see as out there in the future, how things are changing in film and TV financing.
Yeah, and I'm going to broaden that to all content, and then I'll explain what I mean by that. When I think of film, when I think of TV, when I think of music, a lot of the deals that we work on, that's like part of it. Then you have things like, what about Instagram? The content, the celebrity behind the content itself has to commit to Instagram sometimes, so they have to commit to YouTube or whatever their medium is. So what I'm seeing, and I do more music, more TV than film specifically, is that there's more of a package out there, and I think the idea of what content is has changed, where we're tying it to a person, to a concept, to an idea, and how many different platforms can you market that across?
Why don't we come right down on this very basic question of how you see film and TV, and for that matter, other content
Sure. Yeah,
changing.
I was actually exchanging views before the panel started with some of my panelists on this subject, and I share the view that it's really a barbell. So on content financing side, there's and especially with the roll-up and a lot of the acquisitions of Disney and the consolidation plays, there's these huge $100 million, substantial budget plays that are funded one very distinct way. And then there's sort of the other end of the spectrum, which is the more independent-oriented content, and that could be music, that could be film, et cetera. And that's probably what most in the audience are focused on and living day in and day out. And that's challenging to finance. And I think a number of us on this panel have been involved in deals or associated with groups that help fund some of those businesses. But that's a totally different task than the other end of the spectrum, although the big blockbusters are, of course, what get a lot of the press. So as we discuss over the panel today, we'll probably end up talking about the difficult stuff at the smaller end of the spectrum, which you all are probably most interested in learning about.
By the way, can you lay out maybe one example that you think is a great example from the indie side of what you were talking about?
I can, but to get our panelists in here, I bet my panelists can even talk about a deal he's personally been involved in, right?
So, yeah, the latest film that I financed, are you familiar with Alan Moore, the famous graphic novelist who wrote The Watchmen, V for Vendetta? So I actually financed his first original screenplay a couple months ago. We had pre-sales, we had tax credits involved in the financing structure, but we also had generous support from the British Film Institute. So I think a major part of the capital structure, in addition to the usual players like equity investors and banks and tax credits, you have to have, government support as well is really crucial. In terms of where I see the future of film and television finance, I think it's changing. The pre-sale market is, I would say, very challenged. Some might even say it's on the verge of collapse. But I think it still does exist. But the name of the game is really risk mitigation. So it's filming your content in states or countries that have really are supportive of their creative community. I would say really looking to government support is a major part of that the future.
Take 30 seconds and walk us through this process. Somebody knocked on your door and dropped a script off, and you read it, and then you called this person, or how did it all break down?
So in terms of that particular Alan Moore's project?
Or any other good example.
Well, so when we're looking at projects to finance, there has to be a script. It's important that there's also an equity investment, because in order to get the project rolling, you have to have talent. And generally, talent agents they want to see that the project is real. So you've got a director, you've got a producer, but do you have money to back offers for talent? And really, another key component is soft money benefits or tax credits. So having that, that's really low-hanging fruit. So that's how the project begins.
Okay. Would you like to comment next on where film and TV financing is going?
I'm speaking from a music perspective. I'm the music voice on this panel this morning, and I'll just briefly share with you guys. The music industry, because of streaming, considers itself at the very least as being fully back in action. There was a very big dip for the past 10 to 12 years where the music industry had the bottom fall from under it. And because of streaming, because of technology, because of social media, there is now new revenue streams. So the music industry on the content end is extremely, extremely healthy and frankly, probably overvalued. If we look at music investments, whether it's buying publishing catalogs or master catalogs, the multiples that people are paying is absolutely insane. So from an investment perspective, this is probably not a good time if you are an intelligent investor to put money into music assets, just because there are people out there that are paying unjustifiable valuations and multiples. And then on the tech end, which is the focus now of Raised in Space, the music industry has essentially woken up, has taken a look at the past 10 years and has realized that it has taken a very passive position when it comes to the technology that it has raised its value. So when we talk about Spotify, Facebook, Snapchat, it's finding itself in a position, frankly, of having to figure out some form of equilibrium between itself and these tech companies when it comes to data, when it comes to revenue splits and things of that nature, right? So the music industry, when it comes to investments into technology today has woken up, understood that it's missed the boat the very first time around, and is eagerly looking to invest into what's going to become the next generation of tech companies that will continue creating new revenue streams. And that's where we come in as Raised in Space. We come in to really be the guide to both the music industry in what they should be looking for from this next generation of tech companies, while at the same time being the only investment group that the day-to-day hands-on guides this next generation of tech companies from a music industry perspective towards the needs of the music industry. We're looking to be that bridge and to be able to kind of teach both of them that common language. But again, content, completely, valuations completely off the charts. People are investing into music left and right, in our view, probably unjustifiably, and technology is in this kind of rebirth with both the music industry and tech industry looking to find a bridge, which we are hoping to serve as.
So we know Netflix et al. Are investing in movies and TV.
Yes.
Are the Spotifys and Pandoras actually investing in bands and albums and music?
The short answer is the Spotifys and Pandoras are looking to increase their margins, right? They're operating on a very, very small margin that frankly is not sustainable. So they're looking to figure out ways to increase their margins. It's, to answer your question concretely, to take that path in order to increase margin is a little bit risky for them, because they risk angering the people who they get most of their content from at this particular point, which is the music companies. So it's a very delicate dance between, yes, creating your own content as a Spotify, but at the same time, and which obviously will increase margin because you have a different financial relationship because you're going directly, but at the same time, still being able to keep some form of a working relationship with who you're getting most of your content from. So that dance has not been figured out.
Okay. Sky, future of content financing?
Okay. I'm the pessimist on the panel, as always. I divide first of all, let's do feature length films. Let's not call them movies, and then let's do TV. Feature length. We divide the world, or I divide the world into, if you're north of $100 million budget, if you're the Avengers, Star Wars, Star Trek, whatever, life is good. It's a theatrical experience. The ticket prices are gone up, so that's how the box office is staying steady. Attendance is going down, by the way, every year, even though population is going up, and this is a limited. What'll happen is it's going to morph into a more high-end experience, 3D sound, 4D seats with wind, and the seats move, and it'll become a very high-end experience. And life is good. Below $100 million, you're in trouble. You're in deep trouble. You either are selling to the digital companies, or you are now going to the limited number of remaining standing distributors, some of which will not be standing by the end of this year, and you are begging them to release your film, and they are going to be asking for P&A backup, and they're going to be asking for no MG, and I have several films out with clients in the market, $85 million, $35 million, and we can't give them away. These are good films. One is a high-end animation film. One has a very recognizable star, and literally, like the terms that were being offered are just unbelievable. So, and I've had films that that go out on 3,000 screens and generate $5 million. All right, there's no bottom anymore. There's just no floor. So, and I've got clients that invest. Think it's safe to be in P&A, and the answer is no. It's no longer safe to be P&A, even if you're out first, because there's just no floor. And so the key for anybody with films under 100 million is you've got to find equity. It's relatively easy to find tax credit and senior loans and loans against pre-sales, but you're going to always have a huge gap, and your challenge to everybody who raised their hand and said they're trying to finance content is finding equity. And what my clients have been doing is selling credits. They literally, we go to the rich, the family offices, and we find people that like the industry and think it's sexy and fun, and we sell credits, and we sell main title credits, and we sell in credits, and we sell producer credits and associate producer credits, and we also finance films for the studios doing the same thing. I have clients that do slate financing at the studios, and I find that what I'm doing is brokering credits. It's hilarious. Like for $5 million, I can get you a main title executive producer credit on Men in Black, you know. So anybody who wants to do that, just come see me after the show. For $1 million, I'll get you an in credit as an executive producer. All right, so, and I'm not kidding. That's what the price is. Now you will lose your money. All right, whoever puts in the equity will lose their money because all the equity gets wiped out, like just routinely wiped out. and so the challenge is finding people who are rich enough or dumb enough to invest. And you know, and there's another problem is this on the tax side is that the losses, if you have losses, are generally what's called passive losses, and can only be deducted against passive income. So it's not even a and people that are smart enough to have passive income, which is real estate, are not dumb enough to invest in films. So it's a real challenge. I mean, I will tell you that all the the financing for a lot of the films I've been doing is just it's rich people that just want to have fun and want to have parties, and so what we're pitching is the sexiness of the industry. You get to get on set. You know, your daughter will be in the movie, or get to get a credit, whatever we can come up with, but. What I tell every client is, man, sell to the digital companies. Just get on your hands and knees, go to Netflix and Amazon, Hulu, whatever, sell to them, and you get it used to be a 50% markup, it's now down to 15%, until, by the way, next year when everybody comes online, and it will go back up to 50% margin. So it's going to be a happy day to be selling to the digital companies, and I just tell everybody, get away from the theaters, go to the digital companies and just sell, like up front, do whatever you can. Don't make the film and then go to them because they love to pass. That you want to sell it up front. You could get it's more sexy to sell the idea than the movie. On the TV side, I'd say the same thing. I just go to the digital companies. Day in and day out, that's what I do. And it's just which one, it's which one we're going to sell to. But get your margin, get out. Life is good. You get your 15%, you get on and you stay alive and you make the next thing. And so it's, and get a track record and do that. And if you're a first timer, I tell people get money from advertisers, get some traction and get on YouTube, show that you can get some hits, and advertisers are more than glad to pay for content if you can show that you can get some traction. So it's just a way to get started and get some cred, street cred, if you will.
So Sky, you've been super candid, so I'm going to take this opportunity to see if you can maintain that candidness.
Oh, I will, trust me.
So help me understand the differences between these players: Netflix, Apple, Amazon, Hulu.
Okay.
Who's good, who's bad, who's...
Well, look, so it's going to be an absolute party for the next 3 years. It's going to be an absolute total party because everyone's coming online. Disney, Fox, Apple, Comcast, AT&T, Warner. It's going to, in addition to everybody who's out there, there's going to be such competition for content. Content prices will go back up to the 50% margin where it started, and that's without a question. In 3 years, there'll be a bust. In 3 years, they're going to be the one-trick ponies will be, I think, bankrupt. I think they're trying to buy their way into a monopoly, and I don't think it can be done. I think that if you look at just the numbers are just ridiculous. But for 3 years, party, and as long as, and banking it, absolutely. Now, in terms of, I think to me, they're all right now more or less fungible. It's just who will pay, it's just who will pay. Other Disney Fox is a totally different animal, though. You're not selling to Disney Fox, they're doing their own. It's not clear where Apple's going. It's not entirely clear what their vision is. The rest is pretty clear. So it depends on what you're. But I sold The Irishman to Netflix, and it's $190 million Martin Scorsese, film. So where's that? They have a whole, they have a remarkable appetite. Right, and then I've sold them small things too, so it's they go across the board.
And is there a back end? Is there a downstream?
Never, no. You're out. You get your 15%. You lick your wounds and you move on. Absolutely, it's a happy day. That's
Deuces audits.
No, there's no audits, no back end. They buy out your participation, and Will Smith got $40 million on his last film at Netflix, and rumor is it's going up. Because they buy out the back end. So it's for talent, it's just an unbelievable happy day. all right? For content creators, it's going to be a happy day, and so, but you got to get on the gravy chain of the digital companies.
Paul, does this future sound right to you, or?
I think it's pretty close. I mean, and the themes have sort of been hit as we've kind of gone down the line. There's this bifurcation, and this is specifically to film, I think, but this increasingly bifurcated world where you're one of these huge tentpole IP-based things, whether it's the Marvel Universe or Star Wars or whatever, and then there's everything sort of else, which, for lack of a better phrase, we can call sort of the independent universe. And for the last 20, 30 years, there's been this reasonably vibrant production and financing methodology and distribution methodology where you could pre-sell off the merits of the package, whether it's the combination of the director, the script, the cast, and you could enact what was effectively a really interesting levered model where the capital stack was very heavy debt collateralized by those pre-sales and the tax credits and a pretty thin layer of equity. As Sky hit on, what's happening now is because the pre-sale market is really atrophying except in rare instances, the domestic distribution landscape is incredibly scary right now, so you're probably not pre-selling like on a split rights basis. You're probably getting at best a distribution deal if you're lucky, but even that is hard to get. And so the result is the capital stack has inverted and gotten worse, and Chris can talk about this too, but like you have to raise and put in a buttload of equity to make an independent film right now in most cases, and that is not a particularly attractive risk profile. So if you're coming at from this, with a even remotely institutional perspective, in terms of trying to get a return on investment on a portfolio of content, this is a pretty ugly looking space right now. And that's why, to Sky's point, the people who tend to be playing in it are in it for other reasons. It's not as a traditional asset class, it's because they're getting something else out of it. The love of the art, the love of the game, some credits, they like to visit sets, they want to learn, the red carpet, whatever, but there are other factors at play. And there are those sort of home run moments where someone, puts in $2 million into a film and it's a monstrous success. I would say the odds of that happening are way worse than they were 10, 15 years ago. So even the portfolio effect today is not particularly attractive. And while a lot of us are pivoting, we're selling stuff to Netflix or to the other platforms, as Sky pointed out, it's kind of a cost plus model right now. And yeah, we're going to have probably a few great years where the plus part is pretty attractive, but from the perspective of a financier producer, you got to whack that up with the talent, so that whether it's plus 50%, plus 30%, or whatever, the incremental margin relative to your negative cost, you're splitting that sort of buyout, if you will, with a lot of people. So you have to kind of keep that calculus in mind, even when you are completely off risk when you're making a movie for a Netflix or something like that. To make that like a sustainable business is basically requires you to have either incredible volume or very low overhead and development costs in order to make that work.
And when you say pre-sales, foreign and what else? Or is that just another way of saying foreign sales?
I mean, there are rare exceptions where you're pre-selling domestic, but it's, to do that for an MG, unless it's like a VOD kind of title, there's very few, I think Sky made this point, there are very few places that are putting up MGs for certainly the theatrical window. It's, probably a huge package and a huge film where that's happening. Even just getting a theatrical commitment that's of meaningful note, meaning over 1,000, 1,500 screens, which is ostensibly a wide release in North America, that is a rarity today, whereas it was much more commonplace. And part of that is just look at the landscape. Besides like the big studio consolidation that's happening, the independent distributors who have the wherewithal to consistently release films on a wide basis, there's like 3 or 4. It's like Lionsgate, STX, A24 really doesn't go wide initially. We'll see what Solstice does as a new entrant. I mean, it's a Annapurna, the MGM Annapurna JV United Artists, which is really just releasing their films. They don't really acquire much. There are very few independent North American theatrical distributors left besides the small ones, which is those companies tend to buy completed pictures, so you're not borrowing against an MG or anything like that.
Can I add something else?
Please.
So I come from a different world originally. I come from Silicon Valley, and then I moved to Los Angeles. And every time I listen to people talk about film right now, I have to say I I yawn. I'm like bored out of my mind. We have content creators that we represent who are doing these massively creative deals and we have a creator who's in his late 20s with $40 million in cash. And he's built up a brand, and he's done it by being creative. And so I would say that, if you want to create, if you want to do some content, it's not just a movie versus television versus music. Like, what is your kind of core skill set? I would even say like designers who are creating young labels of like clothing, those are creators too, right? They're finding a way to express themselves. And we can even see artists that have clothing lines, right? We have Reese Witherspoon has a clothing line now. We have a lot of musicians having clothing lines. So part of it is just you're expressing yourself and you're finding a way to monetize that expression using the different types of platforms and the technologies that are out there. And then once you have that name, you can pretty much do what you want. One of the things we're working on is a company that has a product, and our client is only expected to just endorse that product and getting part ownership of that brand with a very creative venture fund who's, I don't know, kind of incubating companies like that. So I think it's like getting out of these standard definitions. And when you listen to this panel, I walk away every time thinking, wow, unless I have $100 million, I'm just not going to be making a successful movie that easily today.
And talk a little bit about the financing of these other forms of expression and creativity. I mean, is it less to get into play in the tennis shoe industry?
So is it less? I think it depends. I think Sky made the point about, do some YouTube videos. I know that there are some clothing brands or makeup brands who basically start out only marketing online, and they find a few influencers, or they are an influencer who's able to turn that into an actual product. Financing, I think right now, I actually have like a printout, because I am from Silicon Valley, of like what financing is doing in the VC world in general. And it was up near the end of last year, but it's kind of dropped the beginning of this year. And every time, because I've been on this panel before, every time I feel like I'm saying the same thing over and over again, which is seed stage is having a hard time getting funded. And that's, I think, always the case. Whether you find money from family or friends, it's just getting it started. Once you get started and have a little bit of success, you can ask, like, we've got people here who fund, right? If you find a great company that's making money, are you going to give them money? Exactly. Once you're there, it's easy to raise the money. It's just getting it started. And that's where I sat in a mediation with a client who's very creative. And I was just kind of the add-on lawyer, since I'm not a litigator. And my client was facing losing his company, and he has a vision for it. And I, at one point, have to say, look, he's going to walk away if you make him make the changes. And if you want this company to continue, which, by the way, it's very successful, you're going to have to let him continue being the vision. So I think if you have a strong vision and you're able to execute, there's always going to be money there. It's just finding a way to start it.
Could the rest of you speak a little bit about these alternative platforms for entertainment, social media being the most obvious that Megan referred to?
I mean, I think that, again, from the music perspective, it's, again, dividing the world into content and into technology today, because there are so many people that, because of technology, frankly, that have now said, hey, I've been told I have a good voice, right? I want to sing, right? Or I feel like I can be a celebrity. I think there's so many people that are now gone through the floodgates that it's just overwhelming. So the threshold and where financing is coming in for artists is you have to be able to show that you've created something of value. Selling the idea, oh, I'm great, and a small group of people like me come to my show, it doesn't matter anymore. Now, if you can pass that threshold and you can show that you are creating music that people are responding to, and it's pretty easy to do so. I mean, there's a million different ways to get into a studio today. People are doing it at home, to create videos, to show your originality, to show that you're special. That the music industry will throw money at you left and right. It's absolutely insane. So that's on the content end. But on the tech end, it's very, very different because there's not a million tech companies that are trying to create solutions, especially for the music industry. That, again, that's the perspective that I speak from. And the music industry right now is seeing tech companies come and transform the industry. Everybody's hoping to have a piece of the next Spotify, the next Snapchat, the next TikTok. So that same threshold of show me what you have, frankly, we haven't seen apply to the tech end. right? We're seeing investors invest, frankly, just mindlessly into this next generation of tech companies solely based on an idea on a deck, and you have a tech company that doesn't really have a clear purpose and a clear roadmap to success, a clear business model, a clear road to adoption, and then you have an investor who doesn't really understand what it's going to take for a tech company to impact the music industry. So you really have ignorance on both sides, and we're seeing a lot of that right now when it comes to investing.
Other comments on alternative financing?
Well, I think social media is crucial for independent film and TV today. I mean, some of the future players, I mean, are companies right now which I think are really, have a lot of lessons that other companies can learn from. A24, Blumhouse, these are companies that are making films at a really intelligent budget size. They're making stories that are, if it's something you haven't seen before, it's a new take on something that you have. They're building a relationship with with their viewers a year, if not farther into the past. They're building that relationship and that awareness, which is in today's film market, unless you're near the Avengers, it makes no sense to buy broadcast and cable ads, billboards all over LA, because you're not going to get the return on your investment. But if you're building that that awareness and that relationship with your viewers ahead of time on social media, you're doing it at a fraction of the cost. And frankly, you might get a little bit of box office, and then you're also going to realize a better return on all your ancillary markets, going forward.
Is that part of the pitch today? Do people come in and say, support my film, TV, music because I have 500,000 followers on Instagram?
That can certainly be a part of it. Certainly if an actor or an actress has a significant following, that can help their cause if they're still going the pre-sale route. Or if they're talking to equity investors, you can say, well, such and such, I've got X number of followers, I've got awareness in these countries, in addition to how my my past projects have performed. That's a nice pitch to investors.
Hey, we're
just trying to lock it so nobody comes in our
They're trying to lock us in.
We have a question over here.
Good, excellent.
Oh, right here. I'm just curious because I'm loving the panel, by the way. This is more unique because it's more candid than most of these panels. Having a content creator myself who's had films on Amazon, I can speak to kind of the doom and gloom of what the industry's like if you're not making Marvel movies, basically. So even with the top-selling film on Amazon. That being said, with Jones's comments about Silicon Valley and being able to kind of market in a different industry, I find Silicon Valley is kind of like Hollywood. I mean, it's the same kind of thing. Everyone's excited by their ideas, but I think maybe 1% actually become profitable. Most of them fail. So what I think what I'm hearing is that we live in a content war kind of climate where there's content wars right now. There's a need to feed the machine. But at the same time, basic law of supply and demand, when you overwhelm the supply, you devalue it on some level. So in some ways, it's we're sinking the Titanic, by flooding the market with supply. So how do you make money? Blumhouse was mentioned as a really good example of something that's standing out. I question whether they're actually making money. I'm really curious. Are they sustaining themselves because they have
They're definitely
investors?
they are definitely making money.
They're making money.
That's fascinating. I want to know more about financial.
It's not rocket science what Jason is doing. And I don't think this is even a secret. I think he's making somewhere between 15 and 20 movies a year. They start at $1 million, $1.5 million. They'll shoot, they'll test. If it warrants putting more money in, they will. They'll go shoot some more, they'll edit some more. And the stuff that warrants a theatrical release, when it's all said and done, they've probably put in between $4 and $8 million, which is nothing compared to kind of the peer group. Universal will take it out wide on a global basis, and their hit rate is spectacular. But the stuff that doesn't go theatrical is going through the Universal VOD system, and they're probably maybe not making money on all of them, but they're probably getting close to breaking even. It's a great portfolio.
Who owns it?
Universal.
And it's got a brand. It's
and Jason has a first dollar gross corridor that he shares with the talent. So that's why he gets the big actors and directors to do it with him.
So can that be replicated by other people?
Yes, it could. Others are trying to. I've got clients trying to. Why aren't exactly? Yes, it could be replicated.
I'd like to respond to your kind of broader point about Silicon Valley and just, it's the 800-pound gorillas in the room. I think it is interesting, though, that all these monstrosities, whether it's Apple, Netflix, Amazon, et cetera, YouTube, they've all continued to struggle to figure out their own content strategy. I think it's, they have not limitless, but like certainly substantial balance sheets and ability to, deploy amazing amounts of resources at this, but they don't really have, in most cases, a particularly well thought out or proven distribution strategy. Apple seems to be starting an episodic. They're really not even dipping a toe on the feature side, but we're yet to see what it is. They just started hinting at it. Amazon kind of came out of the gate strong, then pulled back, so it's still TBD what they're doing in terms of their original content. Obviously, they're licensing a lot of stuff onto the Prime platform. YouTube kind of had this false start on their YouTube Red Premium. They've changed the name, I think, 2 or 3 times already, and then they're pulling back from that. I mean, it's kind of fascinating that these companies that have
Facebook Watch.
Facebook does not have a clear content. I mean, Snap, which is all very short form, and now Katzenberg's launched Quibi, and we'll see what that is. But, there's no lack of capital in the cases of these companies. So I think it's very interesting to watch how they have been incredibly cautious in this landscape, and what the implications of that are for the industry. And I agree with Sky, like we are about to have sort of these kind of amazing few years where everyone's tripping over themselves to just put content onto their platforms so they have something for people to watch, but the pendulum will eventually swing back.
I want to add something, if that's okay. Can I add?
Yes, definitely.
I would just add that there's a lot of failure sometimes in success. And there's a lot of losing money sometimes before you actually hit it big. There are a lot of companies who struggled before they became super successful. And so what we see kind of today isn't what it took to get there. There was one company, it was actually one of the early scans for cancer. And I remember one of the founders talking at a presentation once, and he said, we put in, between the 4 of us, $1,000 to start the company. And within the first year, you could have bought any of us out for $1,000 or less. And that man, when he said it, was a billionaire from that company. So, it's always hard. But when I think about who's succeeding, and this is just my household, it's anecdotal, it doesn't mean anything, but I have 2 kids. We now have these 2 big black things on the wall that I'm trying to decide what to do with, because no one was watching them, so I finally got tired of paying the bill for them every month. We watch YouTube. We watch Netflix, Silicon Valley. My son buys movies also on Amazon. He watches movies on his computer, including black and white, so he knows where to buy the cheapest version of every movie that's out there, and which movies you can't buy yet online, but that's where my daughter comes in and tells him where he can get it for free. So there are people out there that are doing an amazing job with this content, and it's just a question of how do you find a way to find your audience, right? Once you have that audience, then you can monetize it for tens of millions of dollars easily.
Is this piracy the death that the Bob Dalys of the world have talked about for 50 years, or not?
No. I haven't seen Game of Thrones yet because my daughter had finals, and so I don't know how to find it until she's ready to watch it. But that's the unusual thing in our household. We pay for most content, and I think a lot of people do now too. It's easy and cheap.
Okay, right here, in the middle.
I definitely, this is great, and I get the idea that it's going to be a party symbol for those platforms. However, something tells me if you're not an established name, and whether that's an A-list name like Guillermo del Toro doing Quibi, or even someone who's had moderate success, it's hard to get in the door. So my question, this sort of goes back to what Megan was saying, is what is the threshold? What is, if I were to create a YouTube channel, what's the audience, what's the subscriber count I would need to get in and say, listen, I need some VC now? What would be, how do I get to that point? Because I know no one's going to finance me, even though I might have a resume.
Here's what I tell clients. Number one, I say, go partner with someone who's got traction. All right, and be happy that they get 50% and just shut up. Okay, that's what I tell them, and that's what I'm going to tell you. Just partner with someone who's got traction. That's all you got to do. And the second thing is find a niche that somebody else isn't in. And if I was going to suggest to anybody, it is creating content for VR, and in particular, training. And I will tell you that people don't think about that. There's not enough, but it is an enormous coming demand for VR in particular for training, but I would say VR across the board, because there's not a lot of people doing it, and there's incredible content. All you have to look at is Dreamscape in Century City, or The Void in Glendale, or go watch or go play Arizona Sunshine. There's all kind of different games that are coming. It's just totally different experience.
Who's seen these?
I've seen them.
Okay, shame on all of you, right? You should all go to the Void in Anaheim, and what's the one in Westfield?
Dreamscape in Century City, and I would also say go to a VR game place and play, like Arizona Sunshine is one, just a fantastic.
2-Bit Circus?
2-Bit Circus, but but there's much better. But the VR is coming, and I would say get on that train, man.
I picked up my Quest this morning, so.
There you go. There you go. There you go.
Right there.
The last panel, speaking to the power of influencers.
You mean the previous panel?
Yeah, the previous panel, yeah. They spoke to what appears to be some concern on behalf of marketers about brand safety. And I'm just curious whether or not the buy side has been giving more consideration to the integrity of the metrics that some of these influencers that are saying that they have the numbers that they do, whether or not that plays into your buying decisions.
By safety, you mean just basically the quality of the metrics in terms of inherent into their subscriber base and things like that?
Because I'm seeing like third-party platforms out there that now analyze that data. They're making quite a bit of money because they can actually go back to you guys and say, hey, look, even though this influencer has 4 million followers, are they real? I mean,
Right. I mean, and this is very specific to my universe, which is more in the production and financing of the content. If the two kind of things that we would intersect with this issue are either an underlying IP that we're making something based on, or one of our elements, whether it's a director or a star. And I think in both of those cases, you can use the data as sort of a sales tool, which is like, oh, so-and-so has this many Instagram followers and yada, yada, yada. But I think the thing that we would usually drill into from a diligence standpoint is what are the comps or the evidence of their activation? Because a lot of people do have substantial either followers, views, or subscribers, depending on the platform, but can they move them? And so like we're in post on a movie based on a book that has sold 34 million copies worldwide. But more importantly, the author of that book has continued to do live events, has a social media following, and can move those people to do things. And that's a much more interesting and validating metric, if you will, as opposed to just the data point as to how many people bought the book. Because if someone buys a book, it doesn't mean they're necessarily going to go to a theater or download an EST file or watch something on a VOD platform. But if they're going to events and they're engaging in social media, we can have with much higher certainty that they're likely to consume the content.
So it's just worth thorough due diligence.
I think so, yeah.
You're doing great on the questions. Keep it up.
So I want each one of you to answer this, if you can. What could one of us present to you, not today, but ever, that you would be pretty excited about investing in or passing it along to, like, here's where you can get this money for this project? And not just what could it be, but like sort of what form should it be in? So for example, like a 5-minute, iPhone shot, or like a professional camera with, full on, 2-hour thing, the whole 2-hour thing, or the script, or, what would be the thing that would be most interesting that you would be like, okay, great, this is it, they got it, let's go to the next level?
I don't do as much early stage stuff as I used to, but I'll give you the best answer I can. I work in a world of business models, business plans, and all of that. And so I think having an idea that you can articulate in one sentence, and then really kind of a business model behind it. This is my audience, this is how I plan to reach them, this is, the storyline, this is specifically what I'm doing, whether it's a technology, an idea, content. But the practical reality is that it's very rare that someone's going to fund an idea, right? We have a client right now who I think is on company number 4, and his investors are really pretty impressive. And most people could not do the business that he's doing because he's not getting it based on the idea. He's getting it based on the fact that it's company number 4, and companies 1, 2, and 3 were successful. So he's raised a lot of money. And he's doing fine. But that's really, that's what it is. It's some substance. If someone's going to take it to a friend or an investor or whatever, they need a guarantee. And whether it's that what Sky says you've partnered with someone who has a track record, whether it's that you have, when you talk about YouTube follower, it doesn't matter how many YouTube subscribers necessarily you have. Some of those YouTube stars are making millions of dollars a year just on the ad revenue alone. So something of substance that shows money that you can actually succeed and get them their money back. It's not a good answer, but it's an answer.
No, I mean, yeah, just picking up on that, I noticed a lot of what we were talking about up here on the panel. You get 15%, take it, be happy, and move on. There's an element of that, and following on your point, the reality is what most of us, and we all have slightly different roles up here, but what most of us do is package that really brilliant, really thought out, blood, sweat, and tears creative idea into spreadsheets and math that try to create, a return, and you all, the content creator, get X% of that. The more one can walk that through, find someone, as Sky said, find a 50/50 partner who's done it before. Find a friend or someone who has business savvy that can package that in a way that there's a model that an investor can they'll tweak it and play around with it. But it's not only the creative side, because all of us, I'll speak for myself, I won't speak for my panelists, while we're active in the creative world, we're financiers at the end of the day, and there needs to be a path to a roadmap that works in Excel. However boring that may sound, that's what actually gets a deal financed.
I think it's also just having, a really well thought out idea. So if you're coming to me with a project, whether it's a company or a film or a TV show, I want to see the script, and I also want to see what's your vision for where it goes. What's the financing structure? How do you envision this getting financed? Who are you involved with right now? Who are your partners? Relationships in this space, as you know, are really crucial. So, are you partnered with someone with a really strong track record? But really, yeah, it's coming to me with a really good idea and one that's very well thought out. And if it's a great idea, I certainly would love to help you reach it, or take it to the next level.
I'll just quickly jump in. I know people probably want to switch gears and have other questions, unless you guys are dying to answer this. But to me, and I feel like I'm speaking to a room of content, people that are focused more on content than technology. As everyone on this side of the panel has said, of course, you have to come in, you have to have a roadmap, right? Roadmap to success, whether it's the business model, road to adoption, all those kind of things. To me, it's very simple. A lot of people come to us on the content side and say, I'm so frustrated. Mine is just as good as everybody else's out there. Why am I not getting the break? Well, that's your answer. Because your standard is just to be as good as everybody else that's out there. People that are getting breaks, in my opinion, this may sound naive, but this is purely from my own experience, those people stand head and shoulders above that. And it starts by looking at yourself and saying, am I truly better? Is what I'm going to show you in 5 minutes going to stop you in your tracks and make you think about it while you're driving home that night, and again when you wake up in the morning? When you're in the content space, when you're on the creator end, if you're not making content that stops people in their tracks, you're falling short. And it starts there when it comes to content, in my opinion.
Skylar, your shortest comment ever.
I have no idea.
Paul, you're going to say directors and others.
Yeah, or just some combination of it has to be incredibly innovative, and there has to be a validating aspect to it, either like a partner who's with you or talent who wants to be a part of it.
But nobody said an agent, but you all meant it.
No.
An agent doesn't hurt, and in certain industries, an agent is what you need, but you have to first get that agent, right? So you have to have impressed him and blown him away.
You had a question? Can you project, maybe even stand?
Because I'm, one, soft-spoken, two, I'm really short. Not that has anything to do with my vocal cords. Anyways, hello guys, lady. My question, kind of long, not really, it's just, okay. So my question is, at what point do people get annoying to you? Kind of on point with kind of where he was going. You all came, we all come from like a small place, right? And you guys have managed to make it to this amazing level. So looking at everyone who comes up to you to promote something or sell something or whatever, or you're teaching someone something, looking at them as if you're looking at yourself and kind of what you've already done and you've already gone through. is your advice to people who are going to be those people pitching to people like yourself, like looking back at yourself, going, at what point is someone really annoying to you? And
I'll cut you off now. I would just say it doesn't matter. I get really annoying. Sky, do I get really annoying? Yes, I've bugged him so much, you have no idea. So I get really annoying, and I have a mentor who said to me, he said, you're just like me. You push too hard sometimes, and 70% of the time that's good, and 30% it's really not good at all. So you know what? You're going to piss some people off, so what?
Reinforcements of that? I know we got, okay, in the very back, you've been waving your hand, reminds me of 5th grade where I used to wave my hand like that.
Hi, my name is irrelevant. I just started. My experience with the music business is Tower Sunset in the glory days, so that was a lot of fun. So when you were talking about A24 and in essence you referenced the Avengers, Mr. Music Man, would you liken A24 as a production company to the equivalent of Sub Pop and Marvel being Geffen? And secondly, I want to thank you for bringing The Irishman to Netflix. When I heard about it when it was at its original studio, I was so excited, and then I thought it wasn't going to come out. So thank you.
So what's the
The question is A24 Sub Pop equivalent in this modern age? And like Brie Larson won the Academy Award for an A24 picture, did that launch her like Nirvana to go to Geffen, to Marvel, the equivalent?
I think the bottom line is there's always going to be layers. There's going to be core creatives. They're going to build and encompass a vibe and energy and a culture. And there's always going to be houses that are going to, hopefully, when they're well-intentioned, right, are going to house those creatives. So, yeah, there's always going to be subcategories that are being powered by bigger organizations. So I think your analogy isn't wrong in any way, shape, or form.
There's a question directly.
And to answer your
go ahead.
question about Brie Larson, so yes, Brie's manager is a friend of mine, and yes, after she won the Academy Award, a lot of phones, a lot of people that maybe would never turned her manager's calls earlier, they were all calling.
Yes, right in front of the man that just asked. Yes, you.
My question, I'm wondering if you can just dive into the knowledge of it, the landscape for digital first content, and what the funding landscape for that is. Is it outside of the big players, the YouTubes, the Facebooks, basically like a zero-sum game for anyone else who's trying to enter digital first content distribution? And if not, kind of what's the funding landscape for content, digital content?
Can somebody shortly repeat that? I think I'm the oldest person in the room, so I don't feel bad about having.
Did you mean getting into the game of being a distributor, a digital distributor, or utilizing digital distribution as kind of as your point of entry as a content creator into the world of media? Correct. The latter. Okay.
Who's getting, not necessarily who's getting funding, but what perspective do you look at? Through what lens do you look at that type of content versus theatrical releases, which you guys have sort of already talked about?
This fits with your tidbit idea that a number of you had.
Well, it depends, I think, a little bit on the format. Like, are you making a movie or are you making short form stuff? Is it, narrative? Is it, unscripted? It kind of just depends on what it is. But I think if it's, if you're trying to do a narrative feature, but you're going to go straight to a VOD platform, in most cases, you're making it and then you're selling it after the fact. So you have to just be prepared to basically raise friends and family money or whatever, and then see what happens after the fact. And then the shorter form stuff, generally, unless you're you're setting it up with like a studio, whether it's a digital studio or one of the, the cable platforms or whatever, again, you're financing, developing, and creating it, and you're probably launching it on YouTube and then seeing what happens. Again, I would say partner with someone who really knows what they're doing and can draw eyeballs to it, because you're competing with basically the universe at that point in terms of people putting stuff onto YouTube, and it's a little bit of a crapshoot, I think, to see if you kind of take off.
Do smaller budgets have a better chance of succeeding today because of digital distribution and tools? Or not necessarily?
I think it's hard, I mean, maybe someone has, it's hard to know the answer to that question because the data is so hard to see, like what are people really spending on particularly user-generated content or their own stuff, and then they're putting it up. Like, there's probably a lot of stuff being made. I mean, take this for what it's worth, but like, I think there are still 3,000 films submitted to the Sundance Film Festival every year, which, you know, someone's spending a lot of money to make those things, submit them, and, you know, the festival shows maybe 100, and of those 100, maybe 8 to 10 get theatrical distribution. So think about the odds of that world.
Are festivals still important? Yes?
I think for marketing and publicity, not for commerce.
Not for getting them picked up. Right there, your last question. Yes, you.
I'm just interested in the panel's opinion on short form video that's made for like Quibi, given it's sort of full screen and do so well, and whether it will always be ad supported in that short form. That's the issue is the users won't pay, or how you think that platform might go.
I don't think anyone knows. I mean, what Quibi or Wonder Company, whatever, what they're about to do is unprecedented. So I think we're all waiting to see, because they're spending a lot of money on some of this stuff. You know, way more than anyone has before.
What's Whitman getting paid?
My vote is it's going to be ad supported and it's YouTube. That's my
Quimby?
vote. And it's.
I agree.
Yeah.
Can you do it in 5 words, Peter?
Sure. Well, what do you guys think of Legend M, this crowdfunded
Boom.
content finance company?
Legion Den. I think that's potato, but that's okay. Do you guys know it? Do you all know it?
Is it equity crowdfunding?
Yes.
I don't know it. Yeah.
Oh.
I don't know it, but I'll say, you know what, it's always good to try something new, and I think it's good to watch it and see if it succeeds. There's no reason why kind of mass market investors are less able to fund good content than anyone else.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Ready?
Hey, man. You guys.
You too.
Ready?
Thank you so much. Pleasure. No, pleasure.
Nice to meet you.
You clearly know.
Some people make it work.
Good to see you.
Like you sound like my mom.
Hi there.
Here's my card, though. Oh, thank you. I'll just email.
Welcome, everybody. My name is Susan Campos, and I'm really pleased to be with this impressive group of women up here and moderating a panel on women on the creative edge. This is such an incredible group of women. These are the kind of women you want to have dinner with, and they're all doing different things: astronomy, fashion, philanthropy, education, Hollywood, acting. You're doing everything too. So they're incredible. And I thought, what do you ask these group of women? What's so great is that they all think outside the box. And that's what I want to talk about and start with is give me a little more, I'm going to introduce you all, then you'll give a little background, and then we'll kind of see how you think outside the box. So when I say your name, why don't you raise your hand so everyone knows who you are. And we're going to start with Julia Hunter, who comes from the world of investment banking, and she was in technology. And then she decided to just change that and go into fashion, and she now heads Jenni Kayne, and it's a great lifestyle fashion brand, and they are just killing it, and she's doing so much for them. So I want to welcome you. And then Dr. Jacqueline Sanderlin, and she's in education, and she too, I just saw you on Ellen, a video of you on Ellen. How did that happen?
Am I first? Oh.
You aren't going to be, but that was just
I don't know how I jumped to that. Okay, yes.
But she's an author, an educator, she's a community developer, and most of all, she always asks the question, why not? Which is what I love in anything.
Thank you.
And then we have Tana Fedrick, who is an actress, an activist, a director, and she started the project Save Our Surf and is the founder of the Iowa Independent Film Festival, which is in her home state. Congratulations on that. And next to me, we have Fiorella Terenzi. She is an astrophysicist, an author, and a musician who pioneered techniques to convert radio waves from distant galaxies into sound. I mean, who thinks of doing that? That's so cool. And then Tracy Kardash is at the very end there. And she's a genius philanthropist who started with the Jewish Federation and is now doing a ton of work for PEN America. And she's working on protecting the First Amendment for everyone from journalists to college students. I think it's pretty amazing. So first, I want to thank you all. And Julia, I'm going to start with you and tell us how you think outside the box, a little more on your background and how it's helped you in your career.
Okay, well, I'm Julia Hunter. I run Jenni Kayne and started my career. Jenni Kayne now is a lifestyle brand, so we have, 7 retail stores, 5 in California, 1 in New York, and 1 just opened in Denver. We have a very rapidly growing e-commerce business and plans to more than double the company will double its revenue this year and then more than double the store count and e-com again next year. So we're in a really exciting time of growth. I think a lot of that has come through thinking outside of the box. Jenni Kayne is a legacy wholesale business, so it's existed for about 18 years. And it started really as an apparel and fashion brand with Runway American Sportswear. Today, we don't participate in fashion in the traditional sense at all anymore. Our mix is a lot of sweaters, shoes, lifestyle categories that are very easy to wear and not things that you would typically see on the runway. And so most of the brands that are in our space that kind of compete in those types of categories are what's called digitally native brands. I'm sure everyone's heard much about them. And so those are brands that started on the internet and didn't do the wholesale business as their original structure. So I think Jenni Kayne is one of the few companies that has really transitioned, and it's taken some work from a wholesale brand that was carried primarily by Nordstrom, Neiman Marcus, those types of places, to today where 95% of our business comes from retail channels. And so that's been a big project for us, trying to get to a place where the business is really focused on communicating directly with our customers. So just in terms of thinking outside of the box, I think we've done a lot of projects that have really helped to elevate the brand from a traditional retail brand to what we consider to be a true lifestyle brand. Lots of people say they are a lifestyle brand, but our biggest and most recent project was a book that we just launched with Rizzoli called Pacific Natural, which is a really beautiful, entertaining book. And we're basically trying to position Jenni as the new Martha Stewart, West Coast Martha Stewart. So we're really excited that that book launched, and it was different from the product that we carry in our retail stores. And now, thinking further outside of the box from the book, we're trying to turn that into a TV show with a Netflix or Apple as a production partner. So really trying to do something different in the retail space. We have a retail brand, but trying to build it into a media company as well.
I know, that's amazing what you're doing. They're doing everything, and it is a really great idea. And even using a book, which isn't something that a lot of people are doing, and that they're going towards social media, but the book is so beautiful, and it is a great way to grow the brand. Okay, Tracy, you started with the Jewish Federation, and you're now with Penn. Tell us about your trajectory and how you think outside the box.
So my name's Tracy Kardash, and PEN America, for those of you who don't know, sits at the intersection of literature and human rights. So we work to protect the First Amendment here in the United States and around the globe. We believe that the power of the word has the ability to change the world. And we are working with writers and their allies to really protect free speech and the liberties that make that possible. When I was asked about thinking outside the box, as a development professional, I think that's one of the things that drew me to this work. Often people come to me and say, I have a dream, how do we make it possible? And figuring out the mechanisms and individuals who can fund a project really takes a lot of creative thinking. To just think on two kind of real outside the box examples, I was with a homeless organization, and we had a real aging donor base, and we had to figure out how we were going to sustain funding long term. And I saw a journal that had an article in it that somebody wrote a paper on estimating life expectancy, and I was able to partner with a mathematician from Caltech who donated his services to actually develop a spreadsheet that played out that formula and allowed us to bump it against our database to be able to figure out exactly how long each of our donors were going to live and what money was going to be needed to be replaced when. So that was a real outside-the-box strategy to sustaining the organization long-term. Another example that came to mind is I had a donor who I approached for a gift to build a outdoor, really stargazing village for underserved kids in an inner-city camp. And when I approached him for the gift, he agreed to seed half of it. And in our conversation, he agreed he would try to raise the other half. But in doing so, he was only willing to send one email to his contacts. So I worked with a VR specialist who came up to the camp and created the Village of Our Dreams in a virtual program that had a shopping cart with each of the items being able to be named so that people could see what their name would look like on specific pieces of the village and check out in a cart the actual thing that they wanted to buy, whether it was a telescope or whether it was a camera or whether it was one of the sleep out tents. And we were able to raise the additional dollars, it was hundreds of thousands of dollars, to create the village for the underserved kids.
Well, that is thinking outside the box. That's wonderful. All right, you are up, Fiorella, and I do love, I mean, you think outside the box, somehow marrying astronomy and acoustics. How did you think of doing that?
I just had an idea that I was tired to look up to the night sky. I was reading a book and everything was about the eyes. And then working with the radio waves from space, I said, how come I can't hear those radio waves? So I seek out the tool that was computer music and was radio astronomy, and I put them together. So you unite the opposite, music with radio waves from 100 billion or 180 million light years away. So you can hear radio waves that really belong to the dinosaur time, Jurassic time. So now you can look up, you can listen to the universe. Soon you're gonna taste it too. You will have an ice cream, a Saturnian base, and why not to touch it? We have 5 senses. I am pro using all we have to investigate and explore this backyard. It's our home.
That's really cool. That's really cool.
Awesome.
So Tana, how did you go from acting to creating a charity and also to creating a film festival?
Well, the film festival was because I'm from Iowa, so that was kind of a given that I wanted to go back to Iowa and actually bring some filming to Iowa. So that happened, and I wanted to say thank you for moderating the panel so last minute. Really appreciate it. It's great to see familiar faces, and really an honor to be up here with so many brilliant women. And I think the way VR has affected me being out of the box is that I produced a narrative VR series called Defrost with Randall Kleiser, and it's been a really amazing experience. It's a 12-episode VR experience that Randall came to me about producing 3 years ago before there was any narrative VR, and he had written this script in 1973 at USC, and Randall's the director of Grease and Flight of the Navigator and Blue Lagoon, so he's pretty schooled on directing, but he wasn't so schooled on directing VR, and so we took a chance and we both jumped into it, and we hired actors such as Carl Weathers from Predator and Chris Atkins from Blue Lagoon and Veronica Cartwright, who's from Alien, and we ended up creating this great plot line, and 3 years later we just had our launch out here and sold the series to Veer in China, and so thinking outside of the box and figuring out how do you film with VR, how do you come up with the SAG contracts for actors in VR. We were kind of the first to do a lot of that stuff, so that was really wild, and it was really an amazing experience.
That's really cool. That's really cool. I love that. And Dr. J, I saw that you were on Ellen, which you looked like you were really excited. I guess you didn't know you were going to be on, which was really cool.
I did not know.
Tell us what you're doing, because I know you believe in children learning through arts, and at a time when all these programs are being cut. And tell us how you do this and think outside the box.
Well, thank you for having me. I want to try the ice cream. I'm sorry, I want to just get that out. It's like I'm only thinking about the ice cream right now. And so I did not start out in education. So I don't know how many of you kind of went one way and went another way. I was trying to be, a celebrity for a long time, I guess since I was born. And that didn't work out. So I kind of veered into education. And getting into education, I found out really was a service. And I got into it differently. I became an educator, and in that, a teacher, and then a principal. And then, like, for 25 years, felt like I was off track. I went way away from what I tried to start doing when I was an intern at Channel 9 and 11 and doing waste baskets and making copies, and then found out that education was where I was really supposed to be, because I found a different way to do it. I kind of was in very tough communities, Compton, for like 18 years as a principal. But the best scholars that I can ever say I've worked with, and I call them scholars, not just students, because I found out if you speak life into them, they respond. And while they might have come from very tough backgrounds that I had never even experienced myself, they were survivors. And they taught me that it was better to empower them than just to have pity on them. And so how Ellen and others got into the mix was because, I don't know if you've ever been tired of waiting. I was tired as an educator waiting for monies to come from the federal government and all of that. So I started reaching out to partners who would help and who would work with us, not just help in charity, if that makes sense to you, but work with us in partnership. And so we brought the music back, we brought the arts back, dance, music, theater, even golf on the campus in Compton. And we did it without charging parents, we did it without we didn't have the money ourselves, but we did it in partnership. And we found out that it was all about opportunities and access. And then I got a call from Ellen. Now, that was interesting because I thought it was a bill collector for a while. I didn't answer the phone. I kept, you delete, because you don't know who it is. And then, so when I finally spoke to her producers, they said, is it true you have music and theater and dance? And, you know, things of that nature. Do you have a 9-hole putting green on the campus? I was like, yes, we do, because I felt why not? So why not came from me speaking this with my scholars every morning outside, saying, why not, why not? I mean, I had little kindergartners saying, why not, why not? You know, just because I felt like this is all we have left. And if all we can do is say, why not us? Something good is going to happen. So some good things did happen. And so she did show up like within 48 hours, like the whole crew on the campus. And then I thought it was just to tape, but I didn't know she was going to be live. And so she gave us $50,000, and we got calls for months from all over the world. But what it did more than that, it changed my perspective about why I'm here. And it wasn't just an education. So I learned a lot about myself through my scholars, through the families, through the community. That if we empower a community, because remember, we did a lot of those things, just talking to people and making friends. We didn't ask for pity, we didn't ask for charity. We said, can we partner with you? And Lowe's came, and you know, Home Depot came, and Goodwill came, and you know, Nordstrom's came, and people we didn't even expect came. And we began to work with them. And so it turned from 10 to about 205 community partners that worked with us. And I'm just so excited. We have the Goodwill here who worked, someone who worked in the Goodwill and worked with me and worked with our scholars. I didn't know that they provide jobs for young people. And now I'm so excited that 2 of them right now are going into USC. That's and awesome. You know, working with them, and they're about to develop their own careers. So empowering the community was the out-of-box strategy for me.
Also, I think just people always think, how do you raise money? Because I think that's always the hardest part. And Tracy, when I asked you that, like, the other thing is, how do you ask for money? And you had a great way of doing this that a professor told you.
Yeah, one of my professors from Brandeis University, I did a master's in arts concentrating in fundraising and community relations. And the professor said to us one day, don't think about it as asking. Think about it as providing someone with the opportunity to do good. And they can either say yes or no, but if you don't make the ask, you haven't provided them that vehicle to make change. And I just thought it was the most beautiful thing in the world, and I live by it, and I believe in building partnerships. I think that's when the magic happens. It's when you find like-minded people who want to create change together and can see a vision for the future.
Julia, how do you do? I mean, because you were in investment banking as well. What do you, raising money, I think, is always difficult.
Yes, it is, and I think it just comes with so many strings attached. That's typically the problem. I run a for-profit company, so it's different than others on the panel. And I think for us, profitability is always the top of mind in every conversation. And so when you go out to raise money, I think people really want you to be in my business, it's always the graph needs to be up and to the right, so you have to really show that you're growing really quickly, and that is important to do for us and the team, but I think it's also about not being too risk averse, and so sometimes in those conversations when we're talking about raising money, partners are going to want to see a straight line to the return. They're not as interested as you in letting you be creative and try things that are outside of the box as much. So I think for us, we try not to take money, but that's only because our business needs to generate its own profit. So it's a little different.
Well, I actually like what you said about sometimes you can't think too much outside the box, and you so think outside the box, which I love thinking outside the box, but then sometimes it scares people. So what are ways where you've had to stay inside the box?
Well, I was inside the box for up to my PhD, to tell you the truth. Back then, probably you thought I was gender fluid because probably you thought I was a man or something. I didn't even look a woman because I was in Italy, macho society. I wanted to get it easy, so I've been in the box for quite a lot. Once I got my PhD and my career was set, I got my recording contract with Island Record because of this Galactic Sound were published internationally by Chris Blackwell. Thank you to Chris Blackwell and Rob Fraboni. And so then my name started to become a little bit more heavy duty or a heavy caliber. And that is when finally I could unleash who I was and who I am today. I am a female, I am a woman astrophysicist, and I'm fighting nails every single day because how many of you has seen a woman astrophysicist in the media? Please raise your hand. How many of you recognize Bill Nye, Carl Sagan, my dear friends, Neil Tyson deGrasse? Right. We exist. We exist. We want to come out. Not because we find music and poetry in the lens of our telescope or microscope. We are less devoted to the truth. We love science. We just need some help to come out. And it's especially difficult for American like me of a foreign heritage. Accent is tremendously, how can I say, defect. Having an accent, having a foreign heritage is a no-no in Hollywood. So going back to your question, I am really pushing the envelope every single day, and I cannot go back to be the scientist you think you want me to be. Because I play music, I love fashion, I love my long hair, I will not cut my hair. I'm of Italian heritage. Hey! I'm passionate, right? Yes. So be with me, let us scientists express ourselves. We need all your help, your girlfriend. We need you, because honestly, it's a big problem. I don't know if you saw the New York Times. Women scientists, we are still serving coffee. We have a same degree. So we need to come out of the box, because with this diversity, it comes creativity. So that's why I stress my individuality. I stress my unique way of thinking, because if I don't do it, who else is going to do it? Which other woman is out there? And trust me, there is a big benefit to talking about society, because once a girl sees a woman that is not intimidating, loves fashion, can talk about shoes, can talk about music and food, she's empowered because she wants to be like you, and she comes out. So we have also a duty as a role model. So I appreciate and I will always celebrate each of you for casting your own way, by putting together things that you think are not possible to do. So merge the opposite, break down those barriers and those things that were told you that you cannot do it. Be more, beat them down. Be a new woman, be a new scientist, be a new entertainer. Show Hollywood how creative and different. Show Hollywood that female astrophysicists exist, and we can dance to the beat of stars and galaxies. I love that.
I love that you're such a trailblazer, and that Chris Blackwell, who had Island Records, he's so amazing too. Talk about a trailblazer, and that's great. He gave you that opportunity as well.
Yes, it did.
Also, Tana, tell us about the obstacles you've faced in film and in starting this film festival. I know that it seems a natural because you're from Iowa, but not every actress is going back to her home state and doing what you did.
With the Iowa Film Festival, I think inherent in that is that like a lot of no's, I think that you receive not just in starting a film festival in Iowa, where film isn't being made, or most of the stuff that's produced in the Midwest is a horror film inherently, or people are just maybe casting extras. But just, I have a film that's being released now at that's experiencing its world premiere at the Chinese theater that I filmed completely in Iowa, which is really exciting. So, starting film incentives are really gearing people up for a world that they didn't anticipate could be a mode of entertainment, such as an Iowa landscape, is something that I find exciting. And that was the same with VR, is receiving a whole bunch of no's and glitches and cameras and like with funding, just receiving a whole bunch of no's and people telling you that something was not going to work, at least like a ratio of 50 to 1 for a yes. And then when that broke down, you know, we had to jump over so many hurdles working with different cameras, and then the cameras stopped being made, and then we ended up, you know, sending our footage to a stitcher in Dubai, who was the only existing stitcher of that particular camera that didn't exist anymore, to get the project finally completed. So post has been an unnaturally difficult process in VR versus film, and so just keeping the engine running, and then hearing, of course, as a narrative VR experience, that there is no monetization for narrative VR. Everybody's saying there's no way you're ever going to make money at this. Why would you do this? This is so stupid. And you know, getting the whys, and then just saying, why not? This is an amazing medium. Creating a film experience that is almost like theater in the round, you know, as an actor, and working with a whole bunch of actors who said, I have no idea how I'm going to do this, how to act in VR, and then saying, oh wait, so this is like theater, right? It's kind of like theater in the round. Like, there's no practicals, but I just need to make sure, like, I'm always on camera, dealing with different problems with the directing, and, you know, with everything. It was just a really exciting process, and every time it was like, there's a no, just turning that into a yes, or how do we solve this, was really exciting.
I like the idea of the power of no being a motivator, and I'm sure, Dr. J, you had that like mad, because trying to do what you did in Compton is impossible.
You know, I was just sitting here thinking about the money question, and then now the no. Well, you know, I think along this road that we're on, there's a lot of hellos and goodbyes. And you can't just get a hello the whole time. And you learn from the goodbyes and the no's and the yeses. One of the things that I had to think about when it came to money was I stopped asking for it. And the reason why is because I needed to change my perspective. Because once I realized that it's not about, because first of all, I learned this, money always comes. It always comes some way. But I'm not looking just for money. I was looking for opportunities and access. So that became my message. I had to change my message, because my message was bigger than money. The message was, these young people, these scholars are going to work for you one day. They're going to grow up to be great. They are going to add value to your space as well. When I began to change that message, the message began to change toward us. Because I also learned this, that if I did ask for money, sometimes I got it. And it was less than what I thought. I remember that. I asked Walmart, you know, Walmart's what, multi-billion-dollar, I remember years ago I was so excited. They said, what do you want? I said, $10,000. And I got it. But $10,000, that was gone, quick. And what was that from Walmart? If I had have been who I am now, I would have said, I want your time. I want opportunities for my youth to grow and to shadow you, to learn from you. That's what I would have asked. That would have opened up a door that would have lasted probably until now or longer. So one thing I learned is that being in the box too, understanding from the perspective of the partner who does have the funds. They're not just looking to give away money. They want a partnership too. Right. It's a win-win situation. So when I learned, and then we learned to understand that we all need each other. It takes away this notion of I'm just trying to ask for money, because money's going to go away. But what I really wanted was my scholars to have opportunities and access, jobs and training and skills and abilities and their dreams to come to pass. That was beyond money. And guess what? Money still came too. Wasn't that nice?
Right, and when you have those longer relationships, the money just is going to flow.
Exactly. I began to focus on building a relationship. And I'm telling you right now, those 200 partners are not just partners and business people and contracts, and it's not built around that. It's built around a relationship, you know? And they call to check on their scholars. They think they own the students that I work with. They do. They work with them. They say, how are they still doing? Are they still working? I just spoke to, when I was sitting here, you know, trying to pretend I was doing this. That was the CEO of the Chamber of Commerce of Beverly Hills, who used to be the general manager of Lawry's and Prime Rib Restaurant, who opened up his restaurant and brought our students here for 8 years and fed them lunch for free. So they learned how to be in a beautiful place and etiquette skills, and we turned that into a whole different, see, I could have went there and said, do you have $500? You know, for our scholars, for our after-school program, because we could have used it. But when you think about it, 8 years I would not trade that for the 8-year relationship that we had that opened up opportunities for them to go to a nice place and eat well and get dressed up. You should have saw when they got dressed up to go. I tell them, dress up. We're going to dress up. We're going to have a good lunch. How much do we have to spend, Dr. Sandra? I said, nothing. We have a friend over there who invited us. And when we got there, we saw a sign that said, closed for private party. And one of them said, who's the private party? I said, we are. And they had a red carpet rolled out for us when we got there, and their entire staff just standing there waiting to receive us. I could not trade that for $500. Does that make sense to you all?
Yeah.
I had to go beyond money, and I appreciate that, and thank you, thank you.
I love that story, but I do think it's the emotional investment. The other thing is mentors. I think mentors are so key in just changing lives. And how have you all, and we can, whoever wants to take it first, who's been, like, had a great mentor? I have to think everybody has had one. And also whether it was a woman or a man, I'm just curious. You want to go, Tracy?
No, I'll go second or third.
Do you want to go?
Sure. I actually don't think that I have had a mentor, which is hard to say, but I think that that's true. Lots of people have been supportive, but I think it's more because I'm very good at stalking and harassing people. So I definitely am always looking to reach out and connect with people, and I do that on LinkedIn. I use whatever tools I can. So I don't think that there's been a specific mentor that comes to mind. That said, I really try to make an effort with my team, who is almost all women. I think it's easier. I hope that doesn't stay true forever, but it's definitely easier to feel invested and like I can actually add value to a woman's career versus a man's at this point. So I think our team, we spend a lot of time doing retreats and trying to kind of talk about everyone's future, and that feels like an important part of our business.
Do you like mentoring young women coming up within your company?
Yes, I do. I think it's something that I didn't have when I was younger, and I was sort of always resentful of it. Now, of course, I understand why, because it takes so much time and energy to mentor people. And I think if you have it, so kind of choosing the right people where you feel like it's they're, you know, you can make a difference and the person actually wants help, because it's easy for me to offer advice when it's not even solicited. So I think going to people who are looking for input is very rewarding and can be really helpful to those people.
I do think finding people, young people to mentor is critical. Tracy? I'm back at you.
You're back at me. Similarly, I've had definitely people throughout my life that have influenced me. But I think the greatest influence for what I do really came from my family. I have grandparents who on one side crossed Russia to escape the pogroms, on the other grandparents who survived the Holocaust and had my mother in a refugee camp in Germany at the end of World War II. And I think that having human experiences like that passed on through my family and growing up in a household where those people were present made me want to give my life back to helping others, ensure they weren't in those same situations. So it really came down to that. But the importance of mentors is incredible. When I worked for Jewish Big Brothers Big Sisters of Greater Los Angeles, I saw the power that an adult can have on a child's life. And I think going back to what Dr. J said, really showing them they have value, giving them the ability to dream, is really all they need to thrive, and it's creating those safe spaces for their imaginations, and that often can be, really amplified when you have a loving adult in your life to guide you.
My mentor probably was my grandmother in Italy. She had, huge fantasy. We were walking in the grass at nighttime outside Milan, looking up to the night sky, making stories and fable. So I do see that, the family, your grandmother, your mother has been a big contribution for me to mentoring. I am presently mentoring thousands of students every single year. I teach in Miami, in Florida International University, and I teach a difficult subject, if you think about, because it's a physics with calculus, astronomy, or general physics with trigonometry. So they have a safe environment. They already passed a lot of difficulty in their life. So the safe environment is there. What's the problem we are facing as a mentor in the STEM, in the science, technology, engineering, mathematics? We are facing a breakdown of the student right now because we are losing brain. We do not have any more theoretical physicists. No one wants to go for a difficult path in the academia, such as the STEM field. So what's happening right now is that we are losing a lot of precious brain, a lot of precious mind. So part of my job is actually to bring back the beauty to the STEM field. How do we do that? Well, right now I'm on sabbatical. So I was working with California State University in Channel Island, and I was teaching astronomy. And I asked my student, who you are, what do you want to do? Well, my students are actor, but they want to be biologist. They are engineering, but they want to be a comedian. So what we did was actually an interesting project. All students in astronomy had to write together a space opera, such as a musical, yes, with a storyline, a middle, a beginning, a middle, and an ending. In this musical, they picked all the pop songs from the Billboard Top 10. They also did choreography that represented a certain phenomena, the jet streaming out from a black hole. So the dance, the script, the song, the fashion, the makeup, all was stellar derived. And we got booked to perform live. So now the student had to go a higher level because it's no more only science and art, performance, art, creative design, and astronomy and physics. Now is public speaking. Now is a self-confidence. When we got booked to perform live at Arts Under the Stars on May 3 and May 4, a lot of students, especially scientists, right, mathematician, engineer, very introverted, now they had to be on stage. So they learned by taking a STEM discipline, they learned self-confidence, how to be on stage, public speaking, how not to be afraid to be an artist, to be a beautiful model, to be a comedian. Take those elements and meld them together. I had the student bringing photography into physics and astronomy, nail polish into physics and astronomy. They created an experience they are going to remember for the rest of our life. That's the future of education. That's going back to what I was telling you, break down those barriers. And this is the university level. We are forging the new scientist. I have a friend, she's an aviator. I have a mom that did the interview, a beautiful model, a great photographer. You can merge all your interests in one, but don't forget that these days education is fundamental if you want to be competitive. You need to get that degree going. Girlfriends, listen to me. If I didn't have my doctorate, where I would be today? So think about, you got to value education. You got to go for that degree, for that diploma. Then you don't want to use it, who cares? But go through your school. because that open up really the planet to you. I could be teaching in China or in India or in Pakistan, because this piece of paper is universally. Now, we need to keep a young brain. So we need to use performance art, creative design, music, and the most important things, storytelling.
Storytelling is so key, and I think education is so critical. I completely agree with you. I want to just ask, how do you tap into your creativity? What's your technique? What's a good technique? Just to, some days you wake up, you're not as motivated. How do you kind of get it going when you're not feeling it?
I think I'm always tapped in. Like it's definitely hard. I'm one of those people who wakes up in the middle of the night, like every 45 minutes to an hour, and has issues with I can't sleep. So I'm constantly jotting stuff down and then figuring out a way to sort of realize it, because I feel like for me, I'm more of a person that if I don't do it, if I don't see something through to completion, then it's going to bother me more. My regrets will bother me more than my, and not following through will bother me more than anything. So if I see something, no matter how stupid the idea seems, and if it itches at me, then I have to go for it.
I think but that's great that you always feel that, and that you don't just toss and turn and you use that and you get creativity from not sleeping.
Yeah, I don't know if that's
well, you may
so
as well
good.
do
I don't
something
know.
with that.
You're right.
Dr. J, how do you do it where you don't get discouraged? Because there are times where you get no's, and how do you keep going so you don't get discouraged?
Well, that's a great question. I've learned the art of calming down recently. I turned 50. So and meditating and just kind of thinking and remembering why I'm here. And sometimes that comes with me going back to my core. And you're right, we're dealing with a different group of youth that the classroom has to be changed, and the way we teach has to be changed, and the traditional methods have to be reassessed because we're getting, the youth, because when you ask, because you have to, in order for me to continue to keep my game up, I got to remember who I'm working with. And I'm not dealing with kids who are just ready to sit down and be quiet anymore. They have opinions, they say why. When I was young, you couldn't say why. You just, okay. Now they're like, why? And you have to really not get offended by that, because they are thinking. These are thinkers. They were born into a different world. And when you talked about role models, and I often think about real models. We have to be real models now. That we sit and talk with them and share our life experiences, And because they want to be different things, you're right. I wanted to be Oprah for a long time, and I've been waiting for her to die. She won't die. So, I had to accept who I am and what I'm doing. But she's a, when I think about it, she's a role model. I love things she says. My husband is a great real model to me, who reminds me, that's not who you are, but this is who you are. We need people close to us that bring us back to our roots, because it's where the roots are that I think we get the most nourishment from. And that makes me strong enough to share with another young person. Be your complete self and love yourself. I mean, really, truly like yourself. We always say, I love myself. But like who you are, embrace who you are. And I think that spills out not into vanity or conceit, but accepting me and bringing myself forward, being my most authentic self. And that takes time with yourself, and so when I think about that, going back to the classroom, that's what's going to help also other educators working with youth. We have to go beyond just the curriculum and the instruction, and reading is such a portal to success. I believe that. And allowing our young people to express who they are and giving them space to do it. So that means whatever we did in the past has to change a little bit, We have to tear down the walls and allow, and even the desks, bring them together, collaborate, share, and empower.
I think you're right about that, because right now, kids are on their handheld devices.
Right.
They live on those. Their attention span is different than what it was. But speaking of technology, I think about how when you have a business plan or a plan for philanthropy, how quickly that business
Right.
plan can change. And so maybe, Julia, you can kind of tap into that. When you do maybe a 2, 5-year, 10-year projection, does it change like mad? And do you even, how much do you do them now?
It's a good question. I work in what's considered a creative industry, so the fashion and home design space. We have a team who is constantly designing product, and from my perspective, it's actually become kind of a formula, so I don't actually feel like that is as creative as it maybe sounds like it is. And for me, when I feel like I get to be creative, and I try to challenge my team on ways they can be creative in their positions, because I think people kind of get stuck on the definition of creativity being something that's really related to design or art. And I just try to be creative in my position, so that when I feel the most creative is actually when I'm working in spreadsheets. I really like Excel, and I could build a model to plan out the next couple years, and then it's when I feel the most in flow is just sitting and listening to music and working on spreadsheets. So I think planning out business is something that relaxes me and also inspires me and reminds me what I'm working towards. So it's maybe different for others, but I really like making forecasts and updating them and then thinking about the implications of them, and it helps me work backwards to make shorter term goals that way.
Are they more shorter term goals, and do you have to constantly change them?
Yeah, every day. I'm sort of refining things, which is a separate issue. But yes, I think it's important to kind of revisit them all the time and make sure that the long-term goals match up with the short-term. And I use spreadsheets to help me kind of make sure that those two things are in line with each other.
I like that. All right, Tracy, I know that right now you're working on something really interesting with the First Amendment and protecting the First Amendment, and you also have a lawsuit against this current administration. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, I think that, PEN America has been in the business of protecting the First Amendment for a really long time, following World War I. But every year there are new challenges to that amendment and new tools that need to be leveraged in order to create change. And for the first time in PEN America's history, we decided to sue President Trump, and we're really suing him for utilizing government mechanisms to silence journalists. We've seen it again and again, whether it's the case with Amazon where he tried to change pricing at the U.S. Post Office, or whether it's revoking press passes. We felt that we as an organization were positioned in a place where we could try to fight back on behalf of our membership who are feeling the pressure. We're doing that here in the U.S., but we continue to do that work on an international basis, and we recently celebrated the release of Walon and Shasa'u in Myanmar, who were Reuters journalists that were imprisoned for the work they were doing there. I think it's vital that we do protect journalists at this time and speech, and make sure that views are heard so that we have an open society. One of the things, Dr. J, that I'll try to catch you later on is PEN America for years has been doing a writer in residence program at Title I schools and various community centers and different really spaces around California. And we're in the process of building out a journalism unit that will go into Title I schools. It will teach kids about free expression. It will educate them on fake news and how to identify what's real and what isn't online. In the end, we see a publication of a paper, so we're really looking for schools that don't have a school paper, and we're engaging people from the industry to help to come as guest speakers. In addition to the writer-in-residence, there will be journalists. We've had broadcast journalists offer to come in and really go through what you do when you arrive on a scene and what's your responsibility as a journalist and things like that. So hopefully we can explore the possibility of building a new partnership and figuring out ways to teach our kids about free expression and protect the First Amendment.
See how it happened? No, thank you. Can I just add something that I didn't mention it earlier, but I feel a need to say it for me. When you asked the question, how do we, gain that excitement back? How do we, where does that inspiration come from? Also for me, prayer. I pray a lot, and I pray probably more now than I ever have in my life. And it is calming to me, but it's also centering. And great things have happened through my prayer life. And so I receive that extra bit of inspiration that I couldn't get, that my husband can't give me, my family, even the greatest mentors and real models in my life that I have gotten through prayer. And while I was praying right now, while you all were talking, I got another partnership. See how it worked out? Oh. I had to say that because it's true to me.
No, I think the power of prayer I think that's amazing. I think that this is going to work out right now anyway.
Can we go meet now? Anybody else?
In about 15 minutes. The other question I have is just about creativity. And when you look at is there one thing that you're most kind of appreciative of and you feel unbelievable about, the most creative thing that you feel you've ever done?
It's every day, to tell you the truth. Working with 65,000 students at Florida International University is a creative process every single day. There is no time to be wasted. The technology is moving exponentially fast. We are after a virtual reality in astronomy taught as a video game. I'm renaming physics and astronomy. Let's get astrophysical. So there is really no time to waste. We are moving in a fast pace because education is very important for this country and globally. We are also adopting a free textbook in astronomy because all astronomers came together, right, and put together their mind. So all chapters are now done. Homework online is going to be next. So education is moving very, very fast. To me, personally, when I serve again 65,000 students, every single day is inspiration. Means every single day there is some high criticism I do on myself. And if this doesn't work, within 60 to 70 seconds, I have to come up with 15 different strategies to solve, to move forward. So it's a high energy, it's a high intensity job, which I love. Really, education is no more a good word. You don't even address me in terms of finance or ask an educator about money, like we are always poor and miserable and we don't have any money. Right, no? You think about a teacher. I tell you, believe me, there are physicists that are billionaires, but they're much quieter because they invented machine, pioneered within the physics department. It's just, the academia is a little bit a different environment. It's the opposite of Hollywood. My 1 year in sabbatical in Hollywood, if you send out thousands of phone calls, no one return any phone call. Human value in Hollywood seems to be non-existence. Ethic, internet ethic, no one heard about that. No one even took a class, I guess, because they don't even reply a simple inquiry. So where we are in 2019, we are on a cusp. Education, academia, Hollywood has to embrace. It's almost like a new scientist has to emerge. Even a new entertainment has to emerge. I honestly believe that. It will be a new type of entertainment. We are going to break down all of these division, all of these cage we put the human being into. Astronomy, physics will be the most joyful, dance, beauty, sing-along, play-along experience you will ever do. And on top of them, when you take physics and astronomy, you will realize you are a startup. You're gonna also get into business, so we go back to business, because I'm forming scientists also to be business people, things I never had it in my past.
So I'm going to go back to one other thing you said about internet etiquette, which I think there is a class in that. I wanted to write a story on the craziness when somebody doesn't reply to an email.
Yeah, because internet etiquette is a very important, should be mandatory course. Email is like a tennis player. If I send you an email and you don't
hit it
reply,
back.
yeah, you fail. Means you could be liable too.
Well, can we also, group texting? I hate that.
I don't like group texting
I'm sorry,
either.
no one do that to me, please. It's like, why did you do that? I don't know. I just, you know, when you keep getting texts from other people you don't know, anybody been in group text? Am I the only one? Okay, and then you have to positively, I don't know, how do you say, please don't, or take me off?
You could just say, take me off.
Okay, yeah, I've
Take
done
me
that, and
off,
somebody
yes.
said, what? So it's like, yeah, I just think that there's a way, you know, what I don't want ever to happen is that we stop talking and communicating and meeting, and because I have a feeling we're going to be mute like in 30 years or something. It's like, one of the things I like to keep enforcing is that communication and making friends and going out to eat are so important. You know, developing relationships, still having that personal touch. One of the things that I encouraged with the height of technology, other principals who I work with and speak to and around the country where I go speak, when I go speak, is to share with them, while you have the ability to send out flyers and emails, and some of you have children where you're getting texts and emails from your schools, that is all great. But I also love the fact, I used to go door-to-door knocking in my community, and I've done it every year in 25 years. And I share this with educators. When was the last time you walked your neighborhood and knocked on the door and said, hello, my name is? And not asking for anything, but just going to meet people. Let me tell you, I have been invited in for breakfast. I went in, it was wonderful. Let me tell you, I built relationships so that I would have never gained by sending out an email. And not that we didn't do it, but taking the time to go embrace your community. You know, if businesses did that more, you know, I think people would get better responses, because they're always surprised that you're out. You know, whenever I would be out, you know, kids say, there's Dr. Sanderlin, you know, at the market, like I don't go to the market. Why are you here? You know, and it's like, I could have waited till I drove back in my own community to do that, but I wanted to do it there just so I could run in to one of our wonderful scholars or parents. And let me tell you, that changes the dynamic. You know, so I always encourage, and I'm going to encourage you all too, make time, because we never have the time, but put on some tennis shoes, go out in your community, knock on the door, and speak to people. And don't be afraid of the community, because people know it. You know, dogs even know when you're afraid. They start barking at you as soon as you go down the street. They know when you're afraid, and I just bark right back at them. And, you know, hi, how are you doing? And give them something. Let me just tell you, you will make a difference, because they're going to say, you were bold enough to come out, and they will invite you in. And when they do, go in. And guess what? They're going to say, that's a real relationship. And I'm just encouraging, that's been my mantra, is to go door to door knocking and get in your community, and your community will come back to you.
I mean, how could anybody ever say no to you about anything? Come on.
Oh, well, talk to my husband about it. I get no. So.
Tana, I want to know about what it's been like working in Hollywood.
It's actually been really inspiring for me. When you were talking about, like, you've asked such great questions, and when you were talking about our mentors, my dad in Iowa, I think, raised me to, he would take me out on bike rides in, like, the back the back roads in Iowa. That sounds kind of scary. But basically, there's not, Iowa's pretty flat. So Dad would be like, okay, I'm going to take you out, hun. And he'd be like, Dad, how far are we biking today? And it would end up being something ridiculous, like a 30-mile or a 40-mile bike ride.
Wow.
And that can get pretty tough. And you end up getting this, biker's crotch because you haven't ridden for very long and you haven't ridden for a long time and it's just asphalt and it's hot. And I remember this one time when I fell off and my dad and I locked handles and I fell off and I had just asphalt, and this is just one of the many times that my dad's a Vietnam vet, so forgive him, but that I had this, I was just really, really hurt. And my dad, was like, get back up, get back on the bike, I'm taking you home. So I had to bike home for 10 miles and, got in the bathtub and picked out the asphalt from my arm. But the cool thing about that is that my dad taught me that I wasn't just a woman, but a person. And in this town, I've watched art prevail, and I've been here for over 20 years now, and it's not about being a woman in this town, or in AR and VR, or being a man. I've watched the art prevail. I've watched the tech prevail. I've been so fascinated to watch that it's not about being a man or a woman, and that's been so inspiring, and that has kept me in this town. It's like when I moved out here before the hashtag Me Too movement even happened, people asking you to take your shirts off and audition. It's like, well, take your pants off first. It's like we didn't have these people standing up for you as a group entity, but still you stood up for yourself. And in that respect, you had a vision of, I am going to get this done, and what I have to get done is this chalice of opportunity, and this chalice of what I see as an important. It's a movie, it's a project, it's something that stands above being a certain sex or a certain color. And that has prevailed, and that stands out in humanity. And in this town, also in AR and VR, on these women's panels, there used to be 3 women on the panels, and there used to be one person in the audience, and now it's these panels get bigger and bigger and bigger. And I used to go to tech conferences, and I was one woman in maybe out of how many men, and now it's mostly women. Sometimes are bigger than and usurping the amount of men. And but again, it's not about being a male or female. It's about seeing something through to its inception. It's about believing in something. And so I think what's so inspiring about Hollywood is that I see it as genderless, and I see it as people who are getting something done and seeing something when they have been all told against all odds no. And they're like, this will not happen. You are a moron to move out there. All your family's in Minnesota. What, are you crazy? And they do it anyway. And so in that respect, it's really being in a sort of Game of Thrones reference. You have you have this Hollywood world of people who are going to fight for your King's Landing of Hollywood, and they're going to be on your side, and they're great soldiers. That was totally geek. I totally geeked out with that one.
No,
but I am a Game of Thrones. I am depressed that it's over.
I liked it. But I also liked your reference on the Me Too thing too.
Yeah.
I just want to do, because we're about to wrap up quickly, and we'll start with Tracy. Just one word. I'm going to ask 2 different questions. One word answer. How do you relax?
Well, what's Tana's nightmare is my relaxation. My husband and I do bike packing. We usually tend to go off the beaten path. We've traveled the Colorado Trail and the Great Divide and many other places. So being on the foot of a 12,000-foot mountain and getting to the top and seeing those views is really what inspires me to go on every day.
I'll say bullet journaling.
Wait, what is that?
Google, it's amazing. I have it right here, bring it everywhere. It's basically, I like to make lists, but I like to make lists about everything from the way I raise we have an 11-month-old baby. He has a page in the bullet journal, but also my future plan for exiting and getting my company acquired. So it's a strategic way. It basically combines journaling and scheduling into
So
one.
it's bullet journaling, and do you do it every day?
Yeah, multiple times a day. Yeah.
I like that. I mean, that keeps your life organized,
It
too.
does, and it keeps your head organized when you have balancing a lot of different areas of life. It's hard to find strategies that help, and I think that bullet journaling is amazing. So.
Okay, I'm going to try bullet journaling. Maybe that will organize me.
I don't relax, but I would like to take.
Is that surprising? Is that surprising?
That is a surprise.
But I would like to take the opportunity to give a shout out to 4 amazing women that are in the audience today. And I would like my girlfriend Cheryl Schumer. And she is a businesswoman, entrepreneur, Beverly Hills Cannabis. You see her on CNBC, and exactly you know her. I would like to give a shout out, to Sunny Buck. She's a very famous photographer, a top model, all the Rolling Stone musician. My beautiful Erin, she's a businesswoman and tennis gear. Please stand up, Erin. And my wonderful dear friend Donna Clarkson, mother of killed daughter by Phil Spector. And thank you so much for being here. I love you very much.
What was it?
So it was just quickly, just how do you relax?
I mean, Game of Thrones.
Now what? Now
I
what?
haven't figured that out yet. Cry.
Reading a real good book. That's very calming to me. Just taking time, like by a fire, curling up, reading a good book is very calming to me.
Okay, last question, and I mean, I already know this kind of for you, but you still have to answer it, Tana.
Oh, no.
How much do you sleep a night?
About 6 hours.
I still try to get 10 hours, 8 to 10. It's just
But
that
you're
they're-
getting up all night?
Yeah, but I just have like the commercial breaks, you know, of, like where I wake up.
Oh, yeah.
Write
Okay.
stuff down.
She's like, I don't, no, she's going to say, I don't sleep.
No, I sleep very well. At the end of the day, I'm done. I touch the bed and I'm destroyed. My body, my mind needs that 6-7 hours sleep, and it's solid because again, I get to sleep and I'm exhausted.
Well,
I mentioned I have an 11-month-old, so I don't really sleep. But before that, 7 to 9 hours, and hopefully one day again when he's 40 or something.
it will happen. It will happen.
Sleeping is not a problem for me.
Do you do like 8 hours?
Yeah, at least.
That's good.
I have no
I'm getting there.
Well, I want to thank, no, I think, sleep is critical. I want to thank
It
you
is.
all for
Thank you.
doing this today. You're just amazing, amazing group of women. And thank you for coming. And you'll all be around for people to talk to, correct? Okay, great. Thank you.
Women are cutting edge. Woman, woo!
So this is our water to share.
Yes, I'm gonna put my cup over here. I did see the Rob Pelinka news conference, I don't know if you saw that, but it looked like he was gonna take Frank Vogel's water at one point, the other coach that he was
That was
introducing.
such an awkward.
That would've been awkward. Oh, that
press
was,
conference.
oh, yes.
What did you do a tasting?
Yeah, I'm general manager, so I oversee all aspects of the brand.
It's very cool.
Yeah, thank you. What do you know of it, or do you follow it on Instagram or something?
Yeah, so I work for Well Rock. We've done a bunch of brands that had kind of similar styles. So
Yeah.
to that scale.
Yeah, it's kind of the thing. Yeah, it's like an easy format to copy, but it's hard to copy everything else. You know what I mean? Like it's
Yeah, the ability
yeah, the
to
rest
scale
of
it, it's
all BuzzFeed. You know, all the aspects of BuzzFeed. Yeah.
Haven't been there a long time.
BuzzFeed 7 years.
Just as a reminder, guys, they're live broadcasting it, so you can talk right into the mic. So just when you're talking, just sit closer, pull it closer to you.
Like this.
Wait.
This? Is this good?
Yours is missing something.
I just talk loud, so it's just gonna, maybe like,
Yours is missing. It's fuzzy.
Oh yeah.
Fuzzy biscuits.
oh, I just got a notice that we're already live.
Oh.
Oh, they've been live streaming it all day. They just don't turn
Oh,
it
thanks.
off.
Thanks, appreciate it.
All right. Well, we're going to go ahead and get started. And our last panelist, I think, must have run to the restroom. So we'll get started. So welcome, everyone. My name is Mark Kapczynski. I'm going to be your moderator today. The topic today centers around brand partnerships across sports and celebrities and media, and how everything sort of comes together and works together. We have a great panel to discuss this. They're all ready to go. They're all fired up. And so what we're going to do is we'll ask each of them to kind of talk a little bit about themselves, give their background. We're going to cover off on like some case studies first on some of the projects that they've worked on. Then we'll get into an interactive dialogue throughout the session. We'll try to save some time at the end for questions that you may have. So if you have a question, just flag me, and then we'll get to those at the end of the session. And then we'll wrap up, and then I think they have drinks or reception afterwards. And so what I'd like to actually ask each of you to do is give a little bit of your background and bio and tell us a little bit about you and your company, and then we'll kind of get things going. So Brian, you want to kick us off?
Yeah, thanks, Mark. I appreciate it.
Thanks for coming.
I hate talking, so this is going to be difficult for me. So
wait, that's what your whole team said.
Yeah, it's Brian Kelly, SVP of Sales at Bleacher Report. I've been with Bleacher Report for 10 years now. I was the first salesperson on the West Coast, working alongside a number of different advertising partners. Previously, before that, I worked at CBSSports.com, running West Coast sales. Before that, I was at an advertising agency for a couple of years, so working with brands like Unilever and Burger King and investing their traditional TV dollars across the sports and primetime landscape. And it's been a fun run for the last 18 years being in this business. Bleacher Report's obviously been my home for the last decade or so. We're really kind of at that intersection of sports and culture. A big thing for us this year is our emphasis on our app. So I'm not sure how many of you folks in the audience outside that first row, that's my team there, has the app.
Wait, I want to know how many people in the first row have their app.
Yeah, they better all have the app.
All the hands better go up, right?
So a big push this year is really turning our app into a hybrid of a platform and a publisher. So we want to be that destination for millennial males to go consume their favorite sports content. So the same way Instagram and Facebook and Twitter are delivering content experiences to their fans and their users, we want to do that from a sports standpoint. So imagine watching an NBA game on the Bleacher Report app. Ability to kind of communicate and talk to your friends and build that sense of community has really been a big focus of ours. We've done extremely well across the social sphere over the last 2.5 years. So you look at any of the social platforms themselves, Bleacher Report consistently from an engagement standpoint is always top 5, and that's a great position for us to be in. But the fact that we don't own Facebook or We don't own Instagram, we don't own Twitter. It's a position that, you can be vulnerable as a publisher, so for our ability for us to go out and build our owned and operated in our app is an important initiative for us, where we can control the first-party data, control the user experience. So, being able to offer, brands and partners and our fans the hybrid approach of social and O&O has been a really advantageous position for Bleacher Report over the last several years, and we'll continue to kind of push that moving forward.
Great. And just one quick thing, you also mentioned that you were getting into events as well. Do you want to just quickly comment on that?
Yeah, absolutely. So, I think in this day and age as a publisher, if you're not, reinventing yourself today, you're falling behind tomorrow. And we've done a really good job as a brand from an advertising standpoint in monetizing our content. But for us, we want to look to diversify our revenue streams in other areas. So for the last, 12 months or so, we've been diving deep into e-com and merch and licensing, but also events, to your point, Mark, where we can identify these moments in the sports calendar where we can go and give fans an experience where they can touch and feel on product and engage with our community, but also use the leverage of our social graph to capture that content and amplify it out across, millions of consumers that engage with us each day. So, we have about 5 or 6 staples that we look to activate each year. NBA All-Star is a big one for us, NBA Summer League. We've built our own sneaker culture event in New York City in December. So events for us is a big opportunity for us to engage with fans and consumers and brands in a unique way that's not necessarily always tied to advertising.
Awesome. Thank you. Welcome. Anne-Marie, you want to go next?
Hi. Yes, thank you. Thanks, Mark. My name's Anne-Marie O'Neill. I'm COO of Whale Rock Industries. Whale Rock has been around for about 10 years. My background personally is that I came up through publishing on the creative side, worked in the magazine world for a really long time, flipped over to digital media and then into video, and then I'm showing how old I am now, and then kind of over to the business side, running the business itself. So Whale Rock over the past 10 years has produced about 20 plus different media properties, most of which were produced in partnership with brands, and some of which were ad supported by brands. So we've worked with brands in those kinds of ways. We also have always had a TV studio. The DNA of the company is really in entertainment, so we've always had a small kind of TV studio operation. And I think as we talk a little further down the hour around the evolution of the relationship between media and brands, I think what Whale Rock has done over the last 10 years, and particularly the last couple of years, is probably going to be able to address that quite a bit, because we've pivoted several times as the industry, as we all know, has changed drastically over the last few years. So whereas we were in business with brands, developing digital properties with them, we are now in the business of TV, where we're really doubling down on unscripted and scripted development, because that's where the market is right now for the kind of work we do. And we're also looking at ways brands, if we can retain rights in that long-form space, ways brands can integrate into that long-form content. On the other side of the business, we're taking everything we've learned by producing all of the properties that we've produced over the years for and with brands, and we're running a consulting and advisory business where we're working with brands, not just telling them how to do it themselves, but actually starting to do it themselves, as more and more brands are taking their business in-house and trying to build out their own content brands themselves. So.
Terrific. Well, welcome. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ashley, do you want to go next?
Sure.
Tell us about food.
All food. I'm here to represent all food media.
Excellent.
No. Hi, I'm Ashley McCollum, and I'm general manager of Tasty at BuzzFeed. Sometimes I do this parlor trick, which I'm not sure how it's going to work today, but how many of you know Tasty in the room? Okay, pretty good. All right, I'll take it. Welcome. I feel like I should. Okay. So I've been at BuzzFeed for 7 years, and like both of the previous panelists talked about, is obviously the industry's changed a lot, and BuzzFeed has had to pivot as well and adapt. Like Brian said, every publisher is focused on revenue diversification right now. You can't rely on only one stream anymore to make a sustainable business in this market. And I think there's no better example of BuzzFeed's work on revenue diversification than Tasty. We have built, I've been on Tasty for about 3.5 years. The brand is about to have its 4th anniversary, and we've gone from not existing 4 years ago to quickly just being a Facebook page to 4 years later being a massive business, very meaningful business to BuzzFeed, and that business is incredibly diverse. So still primarily advertising based, but increasingly we have a long line of consumer products. So we have about 120 SKUs of kitchenware at Walmart. We just launched an ice cream line with Nestle. We just launched a spice kit with McCormick, and we'll announce about 15 more partnerships the rest of the year. That's just one of our businesses. So we've been able to build a really diverse consumer business with our advertising business. Another thing you guys talked about too, which I just want to add on to, is the idea of how difficult it is to build a business on top of the social platforms. Kind of used to be this thing that we would say, and everyone was like, nodded their head, they weren't sure, and everyone's like, yes, definitely now. So the tide has kind of changed. And actually, our position, we still, BuzzFeed and Tasty have built a big part of our scale and a huge part of our market pitch on these social platforms. But I do think that overall we are starting to evolve and starting to understand that what BuzzFeed and what Tasty can do for a client is actually not what Facebook and Google can do. Our pitch has to be, we have to be able to do what uniquely the platforms can't do for you. And in many cases, that is combining these big deals, which I was literally negotiating as we were walking on stage, with talent, with retail activation, massive social scale, content creation, and distribution. And so there are ways to build scale on the platforms, but also make your market offering, your market pitch, the way you work with clients be something unique that the platforms can't do themselves. So that's all kind of like the ad market and the way, a high level view of the way we're looking at it. I would just say overall, Tasty's an impressive story of how to build a brand in a modern age. To come from 0 to 50% awareness in the United States in just 2 years, actually, we hit 50% awareness, is kind of amazing. And it's not just, that's not me taking credit for that. Frankly, I think there's a lot to learn from the story of Tasty and how it was built and how we could build brands and culture in the future moving forward. And so thank you for having me on the panel today.
Awesome, welcome. Thank you. Jesse, you want to go next and tell us about you and your business and how you guys got started as well?
I'm just surprised you sleep at all, so I'm just letting you know.
I sleep very well.
No, that's good. That's
Yeah.
amazing. I love Tasty, by the way.
Yeah, thank
And
you.
Bleacher Report.
Amen.
My name is Jesse Nunez. I am a former partnership executive for the Los Angeles Dodgers, and I currently am the CEO and co-founder of an entity called Popfly XP, which is a digital branding platform for athletes. And what we do is we focus on their brand as not so much as a athlete, but rather as an individual. And so one of the things I learned at the Dodgers was that everybody has a favorite team, but everybody has a favorite player. So we wanted to focus on them as individuals and focus on the idea that authenticity and relevancy are what really driving a lot of the engagement that's really happening right now within social media. We have created a platform whereby the fan can come together with the player on a more one-to-one basis. Rather than there's some apps out there, not to denigrate anybody, but they use a hub kind of a platform. We go direct to the consumer and make sure that the athlete is speaking directly to the fan that they have. And we work off the existing fan base so that it's hopefully an engaged fan base that we can offer an interesting marketplace and sort of with its own ecosystem that brings fans, players, and brands all closer together. Again, I was a Dodger executive for 3 years, and prior to that, I had my own agency for about 13. And so I've consulted with a lot of different categories and a lot of different sectors. And one of the things I realized is that I was telling Brian, we've both sat on both sides of the table, and a lot of times when you get pitched, or at least what I was seeing was when we were pitching or when we were getting pitched, one of the things that gets sort of missed in the equation is the idea of how you might have all these eyeballs, but how do you have truly engaged eyeballs, right? And folks that are actually going to appreciate what you're offering them, right? Rather than just throwing stuff out there just to see if it sticks on a wall. You want to focus on those engaged fans. So that's sort of the impetus for what we started and what we're currently negotiating with a lot of individuals. And since we're getting streamed, I won't say who. But if you talk to me after, I'll be happy to let you know. But more importantly, it's one of those things that we're bringing to market, something that we feel is I think uniquely positioned to take advantage of, again, the authenticity and the relevancy that people want to see in their experience online.
Terrific. Thanks, Jesse. Welcome. Art, you want to tell us a little bit about yourself and your company?
Oh, hi. Thank you very much for allowing me to speak with you guys at Digital Hollywood. My name is Art Sims. I own an advertising agency. We work primarily in 360 marketing, full service on the digital side, social media, influencers, print. Primarily, we developed, over the last 20 years, we developed relationships with celebrities such as Spike Lee and a number of other, Steven Spielberg and George Lucas. They primarily came to our agency because they want us to create branding strategies for their films, specifically for the market of these particular films. And so we think that's very important because a lot of times when you're on the creative side developing your trailers and your sizzles and your social media, it's important that all those components work together cohesively and they develop a return on investment that we track. We just recently worked on Black Panther for Disney and Marvel, and so we were on the set. We worked with Chad and worked with the director Ryan Coogler on set with the photographers and developing the strategy for marketing Black Panther. And we're very happy with the results of the film. It did very well. And I'm trying to think, I think that's pretty much so it in terms of what my company and what we do, primarily work in film and television.
Thanks, Art. Welcome. All right, so that's a little bit about the panelists so far. We just wanted to get a quick show of hands for like who's here in the audience. So like if you're at like a type of agency, whether an ad agency or a creative agency, any agency folks, a little bit? Brands, any brands here? A little bit, okay. Publishers, front row? Hands? All right. Folks that are from the creative community in general, Hollywood Entertainment, there you go. And last, any startups? Any folks from startups? Okay, so hopefully that helps give you a sense of who's here. So what I'd ask the panelists to prepare like for this kind of next little portion is talk about one project that you can think of as part of your company's efforts lately and working with brands and media companies and pulling these solutions together. And talk about like one, if you can name the brands and so on, talk about, what was the project, what were the goals, what was the, if there's a return on investment, or what do people get out of it, maybe both on the consumer side as well as on the brand or media property, or Jesse, in your case, the sports side as well. So, Brian, I'm going to pick on you first again, so you want to tell us a little bit about one of your most favorite projects as of late.
Yeah, so one of our most recent projects is we worked with Hugo Boss. So for the last 2 years or so, I guess, we've done a really good job at Bleacher in terms of not just working with the super endemic sports brands that you would traditionally think that we work with, the Gatorades, the Nikes, the Under Armours, et cetera, but how can we go out and really connect with, or help brands connect with this younger generation? So Hugo Boss challenged us, where their average customer is 51 years of age, and they wanted to connect with a younger demographic. So they were coming out with a new stretch tailored suit, and they kind of approached Bleacher Report to help create a content series where we can go out and film content with an athlete, publish it across our different channels. So through a creative brainstorm, we worked with D'Angelo Russell So a lot of these up-and-coming athletes, whether it's D'Angelo or it's someone in the NFL or MLB, a lot of these athletes like to leverage the Bleacher Report platform to grow their brand, because in today's day and age, these athletes themselves, 98% of their time is actually spent off the court or off the gridiron or off the soccer field, and 2% is spent on playing the sport. The other 90% is off the court, where they're listening to music.
You said it right.
Okay, make sure you got it right. So we worked with D'Angelo Russell, who's a big fan of ours, and we created a number of different pieces of content. So for Instagram specifically, which is very different than the way Facebook content is portrayed, was very much UGC. So we created a very UGC style piece of content with D'Angelo Russell around this content series called Get Into My City. And he was filmed actually just doing a pickup game with random kids in a high school. And it was, again, filmed very UGC. And then we created another more polished piece of content that was pushed out across Facebook. So the Instagram post piece of content was actually the #1 branded content post in the history of Instagram. And it was obviously #1 across Bleacher Report. So again, they challenged us to help them connect with this younger demographic, a non-traditional, less endemic type of brand that we've worked with in the past. And it was one of our most successful campaigns that we can kind of show that we can extend beyond just the endemics and leverage Instagram and Facebook to tell creative stories.
Were there any either unique elements of Hugo Boss that you integrated into the content and so on? Like how did, or were they just kind of the sponsor of it, or did you do some other interesting ties?
Yeah, so D'Angelo was actually wearing one of the custom tailored suits.
He was wearing the suits.
And the whole premise was around the suit was, functionality and comfort. So he can go play a basketball game in this comfort suit and challenge a number of high school kids at a gym. So yeah, taking kind of their thematic and woven it into the content experience was the overall message that we sent out.
Awesome, great. And then what do the brands see as any kind of ROI, or what it was like? Well, how did they view it? Is it just they got enough views on it?
Yeah, their KPI was generating awareness. Got it. So we measured views and kind of engagements, and then we also ran a brand study with them as well to show a little bit more purchase intent, ad recall, et cetera.
Cool. Awesome. Thanks. Anne-Marie, you want to tell us one of your favorite projects?
Sure.
Thanks, Brian.
I'll talk a little bit about we interact a little differently with brands, and over the years have done so differently as well. But just to kind of narrow in a little closer to what people in the room might be doing. Some of the ways we've worked with brands in the past have been to create a big kind of media property that allows the brand to express themselves in a way that is talking to consumers just like a regular publisher would talk to consumers. So it has been sort of a branded content play without the brand being heavily integrated. So one example was we created for Procter & Gamble a site called mum.me, which we actually sold last year. So we created that because they were looking for a way to address mom's audience, which is obviously their biggest audience and their biggest consumer, in a way that was different from what their own P&G branded platforms were doing, which was very, was brand safe to the extreme, didn't have much humor to it, was very kind of vanilla. So we created a brand for them on which was editorially independent, on which they were able to advertise in a brand safe environment, but which was having a much deeper connection to mums. And the results were that, we grew a very, very large audience. We wound up having a variety of advertisers on the site that were not limited to Procter & Gamble. And then we kind of repeated that type of business for other brands like AARP, which came to us and was looking for a way to, probably the best way to express it would be to talk to a new generation of 50 plus people who don't get their AARP card in the mail and grin. They get their AARP card in the mail and tear it up. So they were trying to find a new way to talk to that audience, and we created a really successful social brand called Purple Clover, which was, again, in partnership with AARP, but not exclusive to AARP. So it took in all kinds of different advertisers for that sector. In the space of 2 years, and this was back in the day where you could build an organic Facebook audience really quickly, in the space of 2 years, that built an audience of 8.5 million organically with no paid over 2 years, and basically took out the competition. It was bigger than Rolling Stone and The New Yorker and other brands that were trying to talk to that audience. So I just think the way we tend to operate, and there are more recent examples, but they're less brand and more media companies that we're helping out. It's a different way to approach a brand in the sense that rather than looking at branded content, you're saying to the brand, you know, how can you be a content provider in this new age in which every brand really wants to be a content provider themselves? And how can you speak authentically with an authentic voice to grow an audience for yourself via a media property that makes sense for them, your consumer?
In the last example, did AARP also look at any metrics around like new subscribers?
Absolutely. And so really, because it was more of a top of funnel marketing vehicle, we were driving, that site was driving millions and millions of viewers directly to their sign up page. You know, what happened on their sign up page was their responsibility, but just in terms of that marketing drive. And that was kind of the beginning of our company getting into more of a social marketing role, where then we started working with the Kardashian-Jenners to create their apps and, you know, find a way for them to find a direct consumer audience, which they were then able to leverage for selling products, selling subscriptions, etc. So that's another example of how we've worked kind of in a large way with a celebrity or brand too.
Just one more quick follow-up on that one, just because if I did interested. Did you also add any paid media to that? Or was it just purely
To which
organic?
one?
For
the
AARP?
AARP?
Yeah.
We were purely organic. We did not end up paying for that.
Got it.
Yeah.
Awesome. Terrific. Thank you for that. Ashley, do you want to tell us about one of your projects? You have some cool ones. You should have brought like food samples with all the different things that you guys have. So
That's the
you're
real
making us
party
all hungry
trick,
talking about.
is to play a tasty video and then like hand out the pizza.
Yeah,
I don't have that today. But I did notice we're losing some people. I'm wondering if we should say some more provocative things. So should I? No. I don't have anything that provocative. I think I'll talk about a recent example, which I think is a good example to talk about how I said that I think we at BuzzFeed need to be offering an advertiser something that the social networks can't. And so a good one is actually, funny enough, social network. It was Google Home, the hardware division of Google, so it's not exactly the same, but Google Home came to us and challenged us. They said they wanted Tasty to be the premier food partner for their new device that was going to have a screen. And so the idea is that the reason why you use these smart home devices is often to make your life easier. One of the most natural places you want to make your life easier is the kitchen. It's when you're cooking, and when you think of visual media of food, one might think of Tasty. So it was kind of like the most obvious partnership that we could do. But we really decided that the only way that we could do a real strategic partnership with Google Home is if we were really integrated into that experience. We could do media, we could do some content to promote the product, but like the true way we could be fully integrated and do a big deal is if we went all in. So we actually built up a tech team, and that tech team partnered with the Google tech team, and we built a fully optimized app for that experience. It's not the same as like, we already have an iOS and Android app. We couldn't just like reskin that app and put it on this new page. It was like totally new tech development, totally new system to build. So that was like a huge investment, obviously. And for us, it would have to be a meaningful partnership in order to do that. Any publisher here would be like, oh my God, you built a tech team for like, that's crazy. It was crazy. But so that was kind of the first step. Then we built a lot of content and media around the partnership. We were able to bring our Tasty talent into the mix, and so they were able to show They wanted to show its bilingual ability. So one of our chefs is in San Diego, grew up in Mexico, Chef Claudette Zepeda Wilkins, and she was able to be in some of the videos to show some of that functionality. We had several other chefs as well. So that was cool. So if we just integrated into their platform, that would be great. If we made content and integrated with our talent, that would be awesome. I think the real moment that made this a big strategic partnership that felt like the future of these kind of big strategic deals for us was actually what we ended up doing is for Black Friday in Q4, we were able to integrate the Google Home into the Tasty 11-piece kit at Walmart, so the kitchenware line. So we were actually totally new, packaging, new shelf space. We partnered with Walmart. So the only way that Google would have gotten that shelf space and gotten that additional inventory in Walmart was through this Tasty activation. We sold 30,000 units in 24 hours, which was our goal. That was to sell out the special edition. I think it was a good example of, full funnel, right? We did tech integration, we did top of funnel brand awareness, consideration, and we also literally drove people in store and did lots of organic media around that. The last thing, which I actually just remembered, was Google Home also had, if you guys remember their ads later last year, they had a lot of celebrity endorsement deals, and they had a deal with Chrissy Teigen. Chrissy's someone we've always wanted to work with at Tasty, never quite, we just never made it happen. And so Google said, we have this relationship with Chrissy, and we were like, we would love to have a relationship with Chrissy. And so they were actually able to use some of their spokesperson, work, pre-negotiated work, and use it in a Tasty video. We got 10 million organic views in the first 7 days, which is something Google could have not done itself. And so really we talk about their partnership a lot just because they tapped into literally every team across BuzzFeed that they could have to get the most bang for their buck.
Awesome. That's a great example. So thank you for that. Jesse, you want to tell us about your project?
Actually, I can, if I may, I can probably refer back to a Dodger project that sort of created, it was sort of the nexus of working on that project, kind of gave one of the ways in which we would work with brands, or how I thought brands would gravitate to working with individual athletes. So I was part of the partnership team at the Dodgers, and one of the entities that we work with is Coca-Cola. And Coca-Cola is a very, very large partner of the Dodgers and many Major League Baseball teams and sports teams. And the challenge was to figure out how to get something different to that Coca-Cola experience. And so one of the things I noticed, I don't know if anyone noticed, but I'm Italian, so that means I was in charge of all the Latino partnerships, Latino engagement at the Dodgers. I'm just kidding. I am from East LA. But one of the things I noticed is Jaime Jarrín has been the Dodger announcer in Spanish for 63 years, and no one's really integrated him into a partnership experience. So one of the things that I saw was that folks would come up to the radio booth, take pictures, say hi. And Jaime is very gracious, and it's always an amazing experience for people. And then I thought to myself, well, they're taking pictures against a blank wall, right? And, why not brand it? So we branded the radio booth for Coca-Cola, told them, look, here's an amazing opportunity that every time someone takes an Instagram, Facebook, whatever they're going to do, they're going to have that against the Coca-Cola backdrop. The reason why that's important is that MLB charges you a specific amount of money to be an MLB partner and to do digital. So they separate traditional marks and logos and digital IP in a different way. So you'd have to pay extra for that. So Coca-Cola found it interesting because that way they wouldn't have to pay MLB BAM. So it was like, hey, here's a great opportunity for you to do this in a very organic way, right? In a way that was going to resonate and be authentic and relevant, right? So the challenge was, what else can we do to make it an exciting experience? So we put in the broadcast booth, we had a Coca-Cola fridge set up in there, and so every time somebody would come, we'd hand them a Coca, my radio engineer, God bless him, would hand them a Coca-Cola can or bottle, and they would take a picture with Jaime, and and again, in a very authentic way, right? It wasn't like, product placement, and we're asking you do a Coca-Cola pitch or whatever. It was totally organic. It,
You just told them to hold a
I just
Coke.
No,
in front
no.
of the Coke sign.
Can you please make sure it says your name on the Coke? You know? So it got to a point that the other broadcasters would know that there's Coca-Cola in the booth.
Yeah.
So they would come over and get Coca-Cola. So now what was supposed to be just a local LA regional thing was starting to get play in like Cincinnati. And any team that plays the Dodgers, they would come in and start, mooching the Coke.
Nice.
So that was, and then so our engineer, again, God bless him, Efren, you're beautiful people. He would cajole them into taking pictures with Jaime and taking pictures against the booth. So now they're posting pictures with Jaime, and now they're using that. And so again, it triggered in my head that you can create these organic kind of experiences to a brand that is used to paying a lot of money for these kind of experiences, right? And so I said, hey, there's an opportunity to bring these fans and in the case of Jaime, he's the announcer, but players and brands together in a unique way. And it doesn't have to always be like this ROI-driven experience. And so at the end of the season, when we finished the project, the woman who was in charge of the region, she said, hey, we've gotten a lot of good play from this thing. We're really excited. We want to expand it. Would you be interested in talking to the folks in San Francisco? And I said, hey, man, I'm from LA. I don't talk to anybody from San Francisco because those are the Giants, and the Giants suck. And so it was one of those things. By the way, any Giants fans out there, I apologize in advance. I'm sorry. But when you're a Dodger, the Giants suck. But anyway, so it was interesting because they found it resonated, and it was something that kind of gave me this idea that, we don't have to have a traditional sort of a platform for them. It's actually something that feels much more relevant to the audience when it's authentic,
So, question for you. So has the MLB shut that down now?
Yes, it
to
has.
Take their, to take their VIG out of it?
Yes, it has. Yes.
So you can only get away with it for
One
so
of the
long.
funniest experiences was a Dodger executive told me, how are you having a Coke machine in the broadcast booth? And I said, what do you mean? He goes, it's got to make a lot of noise. And I said, well, there's only 3 walls in the booth. The noise comes from the audience, everybody, all the fans, right? And I said, I don't think they're going to really care about the the noise from the fridge. He goes, I just think it looks, we got to get that out of here. And I said, all right, whatever. So then, like 3 months later, I'm in the broadcast booth and it's still there, and I see him mooching soda out of the fridge. I said, hey, I thought you said to get it out of here. Again, I think when it resonates and it's authentic and relevant, I've been a fan of Tasty since it was on Facebook, right? So that was, one of those things that you remember those things. I was sharing with Brian, right underneath my weather app sits the Bleacher Report app, right? Those are things that because they feel authentic to you and because they feel and they're relevant, then that makes you more engaged. And that's kind of, again, sort of what resonated for me and why we went on to found the company that we're working on right now.
Awesome. Thanks, Jesse. Appreciate it. Art, you want to wrap us up here with your case study on one of your interesting projects, and then we'll kind of dive into some Q&A.
Okay, good. I think I'll just refer back to Black Panther. That was a wonderful experience. My relationship with Chad and with Ryan was excellent. How we started working was working with the Disney and Marvel marketing team. We had numbers of meetings with them, read their script. What was important on Black Panther was that we reached all the lovers of the Marvel characters and loved superheroes. And what was critical was that we stayed kind of close to what the comic books were. So we did a lot of research on the comics and on the Black Panther comics and over the years, and putting together a strategy that would be acceptable to the Marvel and the Disney team. And once we got that developed, then we started. Primarily, we worked on the print campaign. So we put together different sketches, like around 100 different pencil sketches of what we think the direction was. And I was using the Marvel character look from Jack Kirby and Stan Lee to kind of develop our look for Panther. And then from there, we brought on a photographer, and then that photographer went on the set and we started to shoot many different looks of him and the cast itself. And then once that's completed, then we completed that, and then we put together a presentation that was used that we presented to the Disney and Marvel team, which they were happy with. But pretty much so, I think working with the celebrities on this particular project was fun. They were all very interested in the look and the marketing of the film, as well as the Marvel team. So there was not much conflict there at all. So, and then from there, we took some of the content there, and then we developed it into some Instagram and some Facebook strategies as well. And pretty much, so we didn't work on any of the AV work. But at the end of the day, we were very happy with what we created for that film.
Awesome. Thank you. Okay, so I've taken a bunch of notes on these different things, and I guess part of my assessment is a lot of what you're trying to do, and maybe I'm going to pick on you, Ashley, first, and then maybe Brian, is what you guys were starting to talk about feels really hard, and a lot of work goes into this. So I guess kind of the question is how realistic is that to build your business around doing these kind of projects, or are they kind of still treated as special one-offs, or is this really the future of how your digital media businesses have to evolve into this is just normal life now, into doing kind of these bigger, broader brand integrations and so on? So I'm going to pick on you first, Asha, to comment on that.
I think it's a very competitive marketplace in digital media. I think anyone in this space can agree to that. And it's gotten harder in the last couple years. I think that brands ask more from us than they ever have, and frankly, they should. I think that, in my case, which, we were a brand that, was really launched after people knew what branded content was. Early days of BuzzFeed, no, everyone was what is a sponsored post? They didn't understand it. So you had to educate them on that. Tasty launched, everybody got it. Okay, recipe video, we'll integrate in. And at that time, you could get somebody, you could say, oh, we're going to get you 20 million views, and that was enough. You got the IO, you won the deal. And that is not, that is not the case anymore. And so I think that when it's tougher to be, when there's more pressure on our market, you then have to innovate and make your offering more valuable. Maybe they'll spend with you once, but will they renew? That, I think that these are questions that we have to ask every time. Do we want to scale up a tech organization for every deal? No way. That specific partnership made a ton of sense that we do that, and added value to Tasty, and we had another place to integrate, to interact with our users, in their kitchens. We didn't have that platform before, so that made sense. Is that the cornerstone of every business plan? No way. But I think in general, we are having to be a lot more competitive, and that's everything from pricing to being more innovative in what we offer. And I just think that that's true across the board when you feel pressure for largely markets that are commoditizing.
Got it. Brian, what about you? Especially because it feels like there's a shift in your revenue mix, right? From going from ad sales into these newer types of things, whether it's events or these custom projects and so on. Are you seeing more and more of your revenue shifting to the point where that'll become the core revenue and you'll maybe get out of just base advertising? Or is that not realistic?
Yeah, I think it's baby steps, right? So right now we're skewing in the high 90% from a revenue standpoint advertising. How can we kind of reduce that to 80, 70% where we can diversify and use other revenue streams? Yeah. But to Ashley's point, it's super, super competitive. But for us, our bread and butter is to able to go out and create content experiences, right? Because you got to remember, we're engaging and we're connecting and talking to millennials and Gen Z, and the way they consume content as a 18, 25, 28-year-old, the way a 45 or 50-year-old consumes content is very, very different. An older generation is used to seeing a 15 or 30-second ad in between their content experience, whereas a millennial, they're watching Netflix, or they're not embracing ad-supported Hulu.
Right.
So for us, it's how can we go out and create these content experiences that's not going to interrupt the flow, that's going to be very organic to our tone of voice of Bleacher Report. And that's going to be to continue the way that we strategize. That's our go-to-market strategy. We're also working internally on building kind of a creative agency, right? So we can go to brands and leverage all of our first-party data, our knowledge of millennial and Gen Z and the way they consume sports content, and go to brands and be part of their marketing strategy and they're part of their ideation, where we can sit at the table and help them when they're coming up with their marketing plans, versus just being a publisher that receives an RFP just like 100 other publishers out in the space. So it's how can we kind of get creative in that regard, but ultimately kind of all tying back to our bread and butter, which is creating really engaging content experiences for our fans.
Cool. Emery, do you want to kind of comment on this? Because, I mean, you guys had a bunch of properties and now you don't have as many. So, was this shift part of how you had to change your business and so on?
Yeah, I mean, the motivation was twofold for us. One was that we had, fortunately started to really pick up on the entertainment side of the business and wound up having shows. We've got a big show coming out this summer called Hyperdrive on Netflix, which is the biggest unscripted show Netflix has ever done. And, we started to kind of really double down in that space, and at the same time, looked at what was happening in the industry and realized that, if you have a smattering of smaller brands, then you're really, everyone's finding it hard to compete with Facebook and Google and Amazon, obviously. But if you have a smattering of smaller brands rather than one or two really big brands, then you are really behind the eight ball. And so, absolutely, we basically took that experience and said, okay, let's shift. Let's take the experience we've had in this model and leverage it in a different way. And so the approach on the non-TV side of the business is more on the creative agency type of work, in which we're leveraging the experience we've had and have a couple of really large clients who want to learn how to do what we have done. And we're able to apply it there.
Got it. How do you see, maybe Jesse first, you and I talked briefly about building brands around, players and athletes and so on. Can you kind of comment on what you're having to do in the construct there to build a brand for your, in essence, I guess, clients in that case, the athletes?
I think one of the things we're looking at is not looking at them as clients, but rather as partners. So when our experience with the athlete is that typically it's a highly motivated, very competitive individual, and to provide them a gateway into a marketplace that we think is of value to them. One of the things is that they're very eager to learn. Now, there's a difference in athletes. Right now, it's an interesting shift in that you have athletes who are, at the tail end of they're millennials, but then you have, in Major League Baseball or in basketball example, you've got, kids that are 18, 19 years old going into these leagues. And so one of the things that we found is that it's almost the opposite of what you might assume, that these are kids that don't know anything. No, these are kids that are coming in with the sense of brand already firmly embedded. And that's a radical departure from, say, a 36-year-old major leaguer who had to deal with, the gruff, guy who told him, hey man, that's a bunch of bullshit that you're trying to do a brand. What are you talking about? No, these are now the clubhouses are filled and the locker rooms are filled with people who understand that, the brand concept is not, some kind of an evil thing, that it's radically inherent as to who you should be and how you monetize beyond this length of time. Average length of service in Major League Baseball is 6 years. 40% of Major League rosters this year are guys playing at league minimum. That's $500,000 a year, right? Or thereabouts, $550,000. So, and if you look at median income, it's $1 million. It's 1.2, 1.3. So what's interesting there is that what are you going to do with the next 45 years of your life once that career ends? Are you going to, rest on the $33,000 average that you're going to get? Because you're an athlete, so you're probably going to live longer than me. I'm just saying I'm not an athlete. And so, it's one of those things. It's like, oh, have you guys thought about that, right? So this is the thought process. That conversation is the process you have to a 36-year-old, to a 22-year-old. If you're like Hunter Green, who, who's a machine, that guy's already got a sense of brand. Zion has a sense of brand. And these are 18, 19-year-old kids. So it's the conversation there is a little bit different. So for us, it's more about figuring out how to facilitate it for that particular athlete, and that's what we're seeing as we're getting into this, is that it isn't, I learned a lot by being really quiet inside of a Major League clubhouse and sitting in the equipment manager's office and hearing all the conversations and all the different, things. But the vast difference between the different demo groups is fascinating, right? And you almost have to address each one on an individual basis, and that's what we're trying to do, because we see that the audience doesn't have to be big, but if it's got a high level of engagement, then that's something that we can monetize for the player and present to a brand who's going to want to speak to that super highly engaged audience.
Art, you work with media companies as brands. How have those evolved over the years, kind of as you've seen the change from traditional media into social media and so on? Can you kind of comment on how you've seen the media property as a brand have to evolve now?
Yes, as I think what's happening is everything has moved into a influencer digital experience. So that's changed in the last 3 years. And so what's happening primarily now is most of our strategies are going mostly to our social media and going to our Facebook, Twitters, and Instagrams. And I think that's probably one of the strongest areas. And it changed because from the millennial standpoint, it just became a demand from those particular consumers. And so it was a demand that was made to the media companies. It was a choice they had to make. So, but yeah, it has changed over the last 3 years. It's changed completely over to a digital side.
Terrific. So Ashley, coming to you on the brand front, is it different now working with brands and helping them build their brand? Like, I guess, and kind of where my question was coming from was listening to Jesse have to talk about building an 18-year-old's brand and all the things and challenges that go into that. How are you seeing that with sort of the traditional legacy brands as well as even digital native brands that you work with?
Yeah, our perspective is that brand management for years and brand marketing for years was about control, and it was about controlling the message, controlling the aesthetic, and broadcasting that controlled message and aesthetic to an audience. And then in the early days of digital and social, it was still that same perspective, which is control of the image and the message, but just broadcast it on a different platform, which is like Instagram or Google or Facebook, wherever you are. And our perspective is a little different at BuzzFeed. We believe that as a result of the internet, essentially the relationship between whether it's the brand, whether it's the media company, and the audience has fundamentally changed, and that you are no longer in control. You are no longer the authority figure that the audience used to have with brands. So in the past, there were 3 laundry detergent brands, right? You had a choice, 15 years ago of you went to the store, there were 3 that you could choose from. You probably saw some marketing messages that helped you, decide that. To make that choice, maybe price was a choice, a reason why you made a choice. And now, essentially, prices have all dropped across the board because that's where in consumer packaged goods. If you search laundry detergent on Amazon, you get 10,000 results. So now, there's no such thing as scarcity. The customer has all the control. They can decide what they choose, and and they get to they have the keys. And so BuzzFeed's perspective is in launching brands is not one of a top-down authoritative, approach, but the assumption that the audience has the keys, the audience has the control, and our job is just to weave and bob as the audience tells us what to do. So the practical example of that would be, Tasty is a good one, in that we didn't sit in a boardroom and say we want to build a next great food brand. That was not the way it happened. Honestly, it was an experiment to figure out Facebook video, and the experiment went well, and then we we took it to the next level, and then we were people love like these crazy pizza bomb videos and like crazy cheese pulls, and so like we did more of those. And then one day like an intrepid producer was like, I want to do just like potato wedges, and we're like, it'll fail, it'll never work, like it's not cheesy enough. And turns out people actually just wanted recipes to like make for their dinner that night. And so like we kind of adjusted, and we were like, oh my God, like we could make like salad recipes, like we could do like, you know, like 5 ingredient recipes. And so like basically I think our job was just to spend every ounce of energy we had listening to the customer and adjusting our content offering, our product offering, our advertising offering based off of that. And so if at minimum you see social as a listening tool to understand your customer, you know, that is like how we see the internet, and like how the internet has fundamentally changed the relationship between the brand and the customer or the audience.
Anne-Marie or Brian, you guys want to comment on that as well? Like, how's the relationship with brands evolved and changed for you guys as of late?
I think that was really smart. That really summed it up, because I think that was a good kind of potted history of the relationship from consumer to brand. But you know, I think you're right, and I think what the way brands are now taking it to the next level is to almost want to eradicate the fact that they are a brand, right? They want to be media brands just like BuzzFeed. They want to be seen as cool, and it's very much about brand affinity now. To make the choice from the 10,000 laundry detergents, you might pick up one that appeals to you because of its color. I literally did this in Target yesterday. I picked up a Lady Shaver because I liked the color, and I cannot even tell you what brand it was, but it was packaged so well and in such a modern way and in such a non-mass market way that I walked down the aisle, I saw it and grabbed it and bought it. It was probably twice the price of the Schick or whatever else was on the shelf. But that is how brands are now appealing to customers. It's an Instagram generation, and that's what works.
Yeah, I mean, like, I'm shopping for a car right now, and I currently have a Toyota, and by the way, large advertiser with us, I'm just going for it, I don't care. And I went to the Toyota dealership.
And we love them.
Yeah, they're great. But, like, you know, it's an interesting moment to understand the customer buying experience. Well, actually, I went to Mazda because I like this new CX-5 they have. I don't know if anyone's seen it. But, and the Mazda guy was like, aren't you loyal to Toyota? Like, aren't you loyal because you already have a lease with them? Aren't you loyal to them? I was like, no, I'm loyal to me. Like, I'm loyal to what I need. And like, if what I need is like a lower monthly payment, like if you have that for me, that's how I'm going to make that purchase decision. I think that, like, you know, my dad was a mechanic. Like, he had a Chevrolet like his whole life. Like, there was no question of what car that he would buy. Like, it was a Chevrolet. And I just think that, like, generationally and like culturally, we don't make decisions assuming brand loyalty anymore. And that is not like what we try to even message to partners who come to work with us. Like, you should assume they don't have loyalty to you. They have a loyalty to themselves. And like, this is like the most selfish generation that's like ever existed. Like, you cannot assume that they see an ad from you and all of a sudden they are going to buy from you for 10 years. Like, it just doesn't work that way anymore.
I think, you know, what Anne-Marie said was interesting because, you know, I had an agency before I was at the Dodgers, and, you know, even if I created, I don't know, 3,000 or 4,000 pieces of creative, most of it really bad, most of it really shitty, and I'm just being honest.
And people paid you.
And people paid me, so thank you for all those clients who paid me. I really appreciate it. But the long and short of it is that we took time to make sure the audio was right. We took time to make sure backlighting was good, all the lighting was good. You know, we took time to make sure that it was, you know, I used to love using jibs because it would look really cool. You know, we made an effort to make sure that. And what's interesting with today's content, my kids watch like these videos where there's shitty audio, shitty lighting, there's no editing, and it's fantastic because they really focus on the fact that for them it's authentic and relevant, you know, and that's what really true, you know. So in terms of brand loyalty, my kids don't have any brand loyalty. They're flipping around from different thing to different thing. My kid one of my sons watches I don't know this, again, not to try to get too, but he watches Ninja. He doesn't play any video games, but he just finds Ninja fascinating the way he describes, you know, all of his content, right? And how he's playing the game. I go, you don't even play these games. And he goes, no, but it's fascinating. You know, and again, it's like horrible. He's not even lit well, you know, and it just bugs the crap out of me when there's no backlighting. And, you know, but what's fascinating, and there again, it speaks to authenticity and relevancy, right? That's what's driving, you know, a lot of it. My brother, I have a brother who works in packaging design, so he'd be very happy with your comments as well. But, you know, the amount of money they spend just in stuff that doesn't get on the shelves is just extraordinary, right? Because they're testing it and all this stuff. And it's funny, but some of the stuff that I always tell them, just go to, hey, just show me how that thing works, right? The Try Me in the toy aisle is fascinating for kids, right? And that's the one that they go and pick because they're walking around the toy aisle at Target or wherever. Hey, look, and you're like, oh my God, put that out of the cart. But they're trying it, right? And it's something, again, because it speaks to them. And my other son has no loyalty to Mattel or Hasbro or any of those brands. It's just whatever is in, you know, that strikes him in that particular moment because it looked cool. But yeah, I think it's important to note how much that is driving more so than anything else. You know, the way the brand experience used to be and the way it is now. You know.
Got it. Brian, do you want to add
Yeah, I was
to
going to say that I think that's the interesting. It's interesting with influencer marketing, right? So I think for us, when we're creating content, I don't necessarily think there's like entirely brand loyalty, but we find that like athletes that we're working with, and if they're endorsing a product through content we're creating, there's a direct correlation. There's a direct ROI. You know, take a look at NASCAR as example. You know, Dale Earnhardt Jr. You know, he's represented by Pepsi. If you're a Dale Earnhardt Jr. fan, you're not drinking Coke product. So I think like the influence and power of like sports athletes is at an all-time high right now. So when we're out and we're working with brands, I think it's very important that the narrative is crafted the right way where the brand feels very organic and authentic, but it's who is part of that content experience is going to actually have like a direct impact on how it is connected with an audience. So for us, you know, we deal a lot with athletes, and the way we choose athletes is dictated and predicated on like their loyalty based on like insights that we have. You know, people think that LeBron James and Steph Curry, who are these massive NBA stars, they actually don't resonate as well with our audience as a Donovan Mitchell, for example, or a Marvin Bagley, who are these up-and-comers. So it's all part of our process, but it's very important, like I think influencer marketing and like that brand loyalty, there is something to be said. So I kind of sit on both sides of the fence of this argument or debate.
Interesting point. Do you find that the, I guess, influencers or, you know, celebrities or sports figures, they already have these affinities for these brands? Like in your example with Hugo Boss at the beginning, did D'Angelo Russell already wear Hugo Boss, or was this like you actually introduced him to a new brand that he got excited about?
Yeah, he wasn't just like an avid Hugo Boss wearer, but I think, you know, our ability to kind of connect him with the Hugo Boss team and kind of get familiar with the brand, kind of open up some doors for him. We worked with, you know, JCPenney and Marvin Bagley, and he, you know, on JCPenney campaign, and he never thought that he would ever like wear a line from JCPenney, and here we are creating this really great content series with him, and now he's out there and he wore it to the NBA draft last year. So we'll kind of open up the doors for him to go out and, you know, strike brand ambassador deals with brands himself.
Cool. Do you want to add anything to that, or you look like you had a comment there?
No, I was just smiling because, you know, we have worked with, you know, some of the biggest potential brand ambassadors in the world through their social following with the Kardashian-Jenner sisters, and there was a list. You know, there was a list. You know, on the brand side, it was always interesting to see how a brand reacted to a particular kind of celebrity, and many just wanted to step back or step away. Yeah. But by the same token, you know, they were very, very picky about what they would promote based on their own likes and dislikes, not necessarily the paycheck. And we also work, currently, one of the digital properties we did maintain was Tested.com and Tested, the YouTube channel, which is Adam Savage's channel. He's the former Mythbusters guy. And we're coming out with a TV show of his on Discovery very soon, by the way. That Adam, good plug, right? Because Adam's entire universe is built on this deep and nerd culture in which you get a whiff of something inauthentic shuts you down. He is very, very picky about what he will and will not advertise. So, and it's probably something he already owns.
Jesse, anything else you want to add to that? You look like you're shaking your head there.
No, I'm just agreeing with
Okay.
Anne-Marie. I think it's one of the for us, athletes for the most part aren't the greatest pitchmen, or else they would be in the pitch business and not in the particular sport they're in.
Yeah.
So one of the things is that what we're going to do is we're focusing on the brands that they use already, and so as to not create, there's that, you made mention of Dale Earnhardt, you're never going to see him with a Coke can, right? So if you saw him with a Coke can, then it would be inauthentic, right? So the same thing with the athletes, we're sitting down and going over with them, hey, what are the brands that you're using? Are you talking to these brands? More often than not, they haven't. So it's one of those things, whether it's the water they're drinking or whatever they're using for hydration, those are the ideas that, and it will probably be at some cost to us that we maybe are shutting out another opportunity. But the idea is that, again, you're presenting them in an authentic and relevant way, and not to overuse the word, but if you're presenting them with a water that they don't drink, for example, and they're going to kind of look at it kind of weird, right? And it has to be part of their everyday, that, again, I harken back to that Coca-Cola experience, right? It was just part of the background, right? And it's not meant to be this over-the-top thing, because then it's going to feel like,
It's placed there.
It's placed there, right? And then that's not what they're looking for. I'm watching the Tasty videos, not because of whatever product they're using, but because I was interested in the recipe, right? A couscous, by the way, was... But again, those are those things that made me want to watch them, right? Cool. And continue to, I was going to say on the Bleacher Report thing, I watched the entire NFL draft with Lefko, right? And I found that like totally engaging, because they were trying to one up all of the TV, and they kept referencing that, right? Which I thought was really cool. All TVs at commercial break, we're right here with the pick, and again, that felt like, man, you're talking to me, right? And that was something uniquely different than anything you're going to experience and they had a shitty set. I'm sorry guys, but the set was not, it's like this.
It was not optimal.
No, it was this. I mean, it was a nice logo, but it was totally, there was all geek, football geekiness, and so that was the cool part about it, that it felt like, hey, I'm watching it on my phone because I'm running around town and I can't see on TV, and I had much better experience because it felt more authentic to me, and it felt like they were talking to me, and that's certainly something that you want to never lose sight of.
Jesse's actually a influencer for Ashley and I for Tasty and Bleacher Report.
Thank you, Jesse.
He's on the payroll.
I'm sorry, I don't watch the Kardashians, so I forgive me for that. But I do listen to Untitled, the podcast that Adam has.
Oh, yeah?
Spectacular.
Good, there you go. I found one, yeah.
So I do want to ask one question, because I think a few of you touched on it, and I think, Brian, I'm going to pick on you first because you mentioned it, I think, the most, which is, what's the role of data in all of this? So, we obviously talked a lot about ROI and how you come up with these programs and stuff, but how do you use data? I mean, you mentioned collecting it and getting access to it. Like, what's the role of data in all this for you?
Yeah, so from a content creation standpoint, data is super, super important for us, because everything that we produce and create and generate from a content standpoint is enriched in data. So our content and editorial folks are not in a back room just throwing shit against the wall to see what sticks, pardon my French. It's all enriched and rooted in data and insights. So we have a team that's scouring the social sphere, scouring just the internet in general to figure out what's resonating with an audience, and we take a lot of those insights and we apply that to the content we're creating from a sports and culture perspective. That's from a content standpoint. From an advertising marketing standpoint, now that we are owned by AT&T, and 2 in 3 Americans have some type of AT&T service, 170 million different touch points. How can we leverage data to help kind of be a full funnel solution for a brand? So we do really well from an upper funnel brand awareness standpoint, but how can we pull fans or users down the funnel for purchase intent and attribution? So again, we can kind of rival the likes of an Amazon and a Facebook and be that nimble because of all the first party data that we can have to leverage. So we're just now starting to implement that into our brand campaigns. It's still very fresh. It took a while to kind of get that pushed through, as everyone's aware. But that's going to be a big part of kind of our strategy moving forward, is talking to brands and saying, we could be a full funnel solution for you because of our ability to tap into all this first party data.
That's awesome. Ashley, what about you guys? Do you guys use a lot of data in how you guys operate and so on across the board?
Yeah, I mean, I think BuzzFeed is pretty well known in the industry as being quite data driven. Like, we started as frankly, more like a data company. It was like there was like 20 engineers and like 3 writers, like making weird lists before people knew what that was. You know, we had a like BlackBerry optimized website before the iPhone existed. So like tech and data are very much in our DNA. And if you know Jonah, our CEO, you know that, or if you've ever, worked with him or heard of him, like his brain just works differently. He's not your traditional creative. He's not your traditional Hollywood executive. And so I think he's, I've been there 7 years, and he's kind of taught, he and the executives he's hired have taught all of us that data should be really in our blood and in every decision we make. But I think people like confuse what that means. Like one time I used to do comms actually for BuzzFeed, and I had this like Wall Street Journal like editor. He came in and I was like, walking around. Okay, this is BuzzFeed. He was like, I was like, oh, there's the data scientist. He was like, oh, they're the ones who found the dress. If you remembers the dress with the 2 colors, the whole thing. I was like, no, that's like not how it works. Actually, like they just like help build like systems and like infrastructure so that we can make better decisions. Like they don't actually like find, and so like Tasty, the same. It was like I was like, oh, maybe that was like a one-off. And then like Tasty, I'll like walk people around, like give like tours or whatever, and people were like, oh, like we're the data scientists. They're like they like think that they're like in a room like telling us like make more meatballs. Like that is not.
I heard
it's not the case. Yeah. But so I think like the most practical way to think about how we use data in creative ideation would be it's really good at splitting a tie, right? So if a client comes to us, if we're just talking about client integration work, if a client comes to us and they're like, we don't, they're like, we either want to make a vegan Thai recipe or like a spicy Thai recipe with meat, like what, or like they don't really know, or maybe they have a really strong opinion and we kind of disagree with their opinion. You would use data to help you split the tie. So you would say, well, like if you look back at all of our vegan content, it actually over-indexes for young women in, like big metropolitan cities, and like your campaign actually wants to do that. And so if it, whatever. So it would help. It doesn't drive creative decisions. I think it helps you split a tie. And that's just on the creative side, obviously. Our proprietary data offerings to, actual data and insights to clients is something quite different. But I think that the shift in 15 years ago to make a creative decision, you didn't think about data. You thought about what you thought was good. You were the arbiter. You were the broker of what was good or what was bad. And now that the internet has enabled the audience to decide what is good or bad, then you have to listen to the audience, and that is best done through data.
Awesome. Jesse, Art, do you guys, what's the role of data in your worlds?
I would agree with what's been said before. I think one of the interesting things, the only thing I would add is that I think if you don't lose track of your mission, I think it's easy to not include, or forgive me, if you lose track of your mission and not include data as part of that mission, I think you're doing yourself a disservice and your partners a disservice. Whether the partners are players or the partners are the brands, those insights, they're trying to maximize that return on investment, whatever way possible. The engagement process that we want to initiate with their fans is certainly something that data is going to help you, deliver that to them, right? And in the best way possible. So analysis on the front end, again, for the most part, these are when you're talking about the athletes, they've never gone through any type of an analysis of who their audience is, who they're speaking to, talking about demos, all those different things that they need to be aware of, because it'll influence the type of content that you bring to the table and bring to market. And so for us, it is without measure a key thing to what we're doing. Yeah.
Art, what about you? Role of data?
I agree with Jesse. I think that we have our data that we put together for our clients, and the clients have data that's supplied to us, and then we have a communication where we discuss the data and how we're going to create a storytelling experience based on those two data experiences. At the end of the day, the storytelling experience is very critical. I mean, data is important, don't get me wrong, but at the end of the day, I think you have to have a very powerful storytelling experience, Otherwise, the data becomes very mechanical, and you can, miss your mark. So those are my thoughts.
Awesome. Well, guys, we're actually out of time. We made it through the whole session, so I really appreciate you guys and all your comments and feedback and so on. So, audience, how about a big round of applause for Brian, Anne Marie, Ashley, Jesse, and Art. Hopefully you guys will stick around, maybe take some questions from folks. But thank you guys all. I think the reception's just back upstairs. Thank you guys all for coming, and have a great rest of Digital Holiday.